Down in the shadows where the courthouse stands, a gavel cracks a fading hands. Judge Gould, they whisper with a crooked grin, played the game where justice don't win. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Prosecutor McLean with his papers tight wrote the tale that never saw light. Twisted words in a room of stone, left Rick Allen to stand alone. Who will answer? Who will pay? The sun don't rise on a judgment day. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Officer Holman, eyes like frost, drunk on power, the line got lost. Lock the doors, keep him inside, for justice limps where his footsteps stride.
Hey folks, welcome. It is in the middle of the night, but I slept for too long, and here I am. And I chose also a bit of a later starting time, because these folks will be interesting. I have my wrong t-shirt on because we are handling the Delphi case. Now, we went through Rick Allen's appeals brief a few months ago, and a few days ago, the Indiana Attorney General, Mr. Rokita, filed their brief of appellee response. 94 pages. 94 pages. And don't know how much I can get through in this stream. If I can't get through it all, let's do next Saturday. Let's do next Saturday. Also, folks, as you might see on the top of the chat or bottom of the chat on YouTube, and let me do that on Rumble as well. You all know Gigi, my first and best moderator. This week is her birthday, and I'm going to send a token of my appreciation to her. If you guys want to do that too, send it to my PayPal, and I will refer it to her. Now, I won't give her PayPal because her government name is on it, and I don't think she wants to be out in the open. So what comes in during this stream to Gigi, I will pass on to Gigi. All right, so now you know that. Now you know that. All right, folks. Let's start. And well, here we go. Here we go. In the Court of Appeals of Indiana, Richard Allen, appellant defendant, State of Indiana, appellee plaintiff. State's brief of appellee, Theodore E. Rokita, Indiana Attorney General, with the help of a supervising deputy and Deputy Attorney General Ellen and Jody. And their address and counsel for appellee. Yeah. This table of contents will show us what they are replying to, how many pages they will use for that reply. So yeah, table of authorities, statement of the issue, statement of the case, statement of the facts, summary of the argument is the first 26 pages, which is interesting. And here are their main arguments. 1, the court properly admitted evidence found pursuant to a valid search warrant of Allen's house. With their main argument to back that up, did not preserve issue for appeal. Also, not shown that probable cause for the search warrant was predicated on false statements or material omissions. This is interesting. The affidavit did not contain false statements. This, I can tell you without reading it, is a lie from the Attorney General. And also, material information defeating probable cause was not omitted from the affidavit. As in, according to Attorney General, no, they didn't leave things out in the affidavit to the probable cause. And this, they are from page 28 to page 44, so 16 pages. Then it comes to the court properly admitted Allen's confessions, with the main claim that they were voluntary. Coercive state action is a prerequisite to involuntariness under both constitutions. Coercive state action is absent in this case, according to the Attorney General. Allen's confessions were caused by the allegedly coercive conduct. Allen's other state constitutional challenges are meritless, harmless error. And here is one thing that I had to argue against. The order and settlement agreement from an unrelated lawsuit against the DOC was properly excluded. That is a lawsuit where a prisoner were held in solitary confinement, similar to the one Rick Allen was. And in that lawsuit, it was concluded that more than 30 days are deemed improper. So they have to argue against that. And they do it by saying, nah, properly excluded. So it will be interesting to get there. And then they go into the trial court made proper evidentiary rulings that they properly excluded inadmissible evidence, that the investigatory sketch of Bridge Guy, they claim, Tobin's testimony, audio of Allen's movement videos in DOC. This is Allen's other 2 phone calls on April 3rd. Dr. Grazian's testimony that Allen's confessions were false. Yeah, Dr. Grazian was the one who was there to testify about false confessions and how they emerge. This is one of the things that Judge Gall approved of funding and then denied it to come in to trial. Same Dr. Perlmutter's testimony that the murders were ritualistic. Also something that they were allowed to, she approved funding and then denied the testimony at trial, again wasting the defense money. And then 7, evidence of 2 third-party suspects. Include, and then harmless error, admission of possible explanation for a cell phone code was harmless. I'm not sure what this is. And then the final part, the trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error, then their conclusion and certification. So this is what this brief contains. Okay, Dani got her questions answered. No, this is the state's their response to Rick Allen's appeal. So this is not from the appeals court. They have not done their decision. What happens next in this is that Rick Allen's defense or appellate attorneys will probably file a response to this. All right, table of authorities, and here is the cases that they are. There's a lot of brown, and yeah, they are using a lot of case law here. For our benefit, if I recognize something that I believe is properly wrong, I will try to find it and go through it. But other than that, I will just reference these. And then you have other authorities. And Indiana evidence rule. And then, of course, the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Okay, here we go. You know what? Yesterday was quite harmless. Now, let's start with coffee in my Grinch cup. Yeah, this is quite fast, by the way. Now, he's been in prison for over a year, even though it seems like this is a year for this. That's so long. No. I vaguely remember Mo saying that or if it was somebody else who said it, that in Indiana, this first appeal, the average time it takes for a decision, at least, is 3 years, 3 to 5 years. So the filing is already ongoing. That's a good sign. Now, the appeals court, they might not have it on their docket until sometime later. And then they have to take everything into account. They have to take in, okay, should this be into an oral argument, or will they rule on paper alone, and stuff like that. So we are probably at least a year away, which is still under the average of 3 to 5 years. All right, let's go here. Statement of the issues. Whether the admission of evidence seized from Allen's home constituted fundamental error, whether the trial court properly admitted Allen's confessions, whether the trial court properly excluded and admitted various pieces of evidence, whether the trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error. Statements of the case. On October 28th, 2022, the state charged Rick Allen with 2 counts of felony murder. The information was amended on March 22nd, 2024 to add 2 counts of murder. Following a jury trial between October 14th and November 11th, the jury found Allen guilty as charged. On December 20th, the trial court vacated the felony murder convictions and imposed consecutive 65-year sentences on Allen's 2 murder convictions. Allen filed a motion to correct error on January 20th, to which the state timely responded. On February 14th, 2025, the trial court denied the motion. Allen filed his notice of appeal on March 11th, 2025. And here are the state's rendition of the statements of fact. Remember that. On the afternoon of Monday, February 13th, 2017, Allen killed 14-year-old Libby and 13-year-old Abby in a remote wooded area north of the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi. First objection. Remote wooded area. The Monon High Bridge is 3 minutes drive from Delphi Center. 3 minutes. Is it wooded? Yeah. Remote, if you are 3 minutes from the town center, I would not call it remote. The Monon High Bridge trail spans from Freedom Bridge over the Hoosier-Heartland Highway on the northwest side and ends at the Monon High Bridge to the southeast. The High Bridge is an abandoned, dilapidated railroad track that spans 852 feet and is 65 feet high over Deer Creek. Wooden platform extending out from the sides of the track occur periodically along the bridge. The first platform was approximately 50 feet out from the start of the bridge. The trail dead ends at the far side of the bridge, where both sides slope sharply downhill. Here they fail to, but the trail keeps going. It slopes, but the trail keeps going. Parking to access the trail is located both near Freedom Bridge and farther east at the side entrance on County Road 300 North, known as the Mears entrance. And let's see here. Footnote. Due to the voluminous pre-trial and trial exhibits, the state refers to the documentary exhibits by exhibit volume and PDF page number. The conventional trial exhibits are referred to by exhibit number, letter, and timestamp, if relevant. Conventional pre-trial exhibits also contain a hearing date with needed for clarity. Exhibits tendered in connection with the Franks motion and the motion to correct error are designated supplemental example. Exhibit 6 is a drone video of the current Dale Trail, with vast improvements to the trail and the first section of the High Bridge. It takes about 10 minutes to walk the trail from bridge to bridge. On February 13th, 2017, Delphi schools were closed and the weather was unseasonably warm. Delphi High School sophomores Brianne Wilbur and... You idiot! You fucking moron! See up here? Where they correctly refer to Abby and Libby as LG and AW. And here this fucking moron, the Attorney General, writes out full name of witnesses that were at the time juveniles. Not anymore. Maybe that's why. Arrived at the Monon High Bridge around 12:25 p.m. By 12:43 p.m., the group had walked from the Freedom Bridge to High Bridge. Allen, who lived in Delphi and was familiar with the area, also went to the trail that afternoon. Surveillance video captured Alan's black 2016 Ford Focus driving westbound on County Road 300 North towards the Freedom Bridge side at 1:27 p.m. To this day, I say that is false. That is a conclusion the jury probably made. And it was an argument from the state that that blurry thing on the road was Alan's car. Okay. But why did you only present that one? Why didn't you present all the cars that passed through from noon to 2 p.m.? Why? Because they didn't want to. Folks, there's going to be a lot of commentary here. And you will be nice to the state. He parked at the old CPS building and walked onto the trail. That is not according to his statements. This is, well, according to the prosecution and sadly the jury conviction, that since they believed that rendition. On their return, as they neared Freedom Bridge about 1:30 p.m., the group of girls encountered Alan as he walked in the opposite direction towards High Bridge. Alan noticed the girls as he walked past them without speaking. Neither Voorhees nor Wilbur saw another man on the trail that looked like him. Here's the thing, folks. They didn't see somebody who looked like Rick Allen either. According to the girls who saw a man, said that he was taller. Not one of them described a middle-aged, short, fat guy. Not one of them. But it is the state's appellate brief, and they will stand by this. They will stand by this. And by the way, this, Brian Wilbur, Rayleigh Voorhees, and Voorhees' two younger sisters. Yep. They are missing one person. The group that claimed they saw there were two groups. Or is it this one? Folks, I have probably forgotten more about this case than most others remember. That is, it's good to have you guys in here in the chat that might correct me if I say something wrong. But Alan said he saw a group of 4 girls. In the state's case, they transformed a group of 5 girls because they only interviewed 4 because the 5th was deemed too young. And now here in the appeals brief, all of a sudden they are reduced to 4 girls, but there were a group of 5 who was the youngsters who claimed they saw a man. And their description was not of a short, middle-aged, fat guy. Alan noticed the girl as he walked past them without speaking. So this is their rendition, in my opinion, completely false. Neither Voorhees nor Wilbur saw another man on the trail that looked like him. Well, they didn't see anybody who looked like Rick Allen. They saw a guy, and then they claim they didn't see another guy of the description of bridge guy. After reaching High Bridge, Alan walked out to the first platform. Betsy Blair also went to the trail that afternoon to walk. Surveillance video showed a car driving eastbound, 1:46 p.m. She parked at the Mears entrance and entered the trail there. Just before 1:49 p.m., Libby's older sister, Kelsey, dropped Libby and Abby off at the Mears entrance of the trail. Both girls were familiar with the trail. Libby's father, Derek, planned to pick them up later that afternoon. As the two walked towards High Bridge, Libby sent a Snapchat message to Wilbur asking if she was still at High Bridge. Wilbur responded that they had left about 10 minutes earlier. When Blair, this is, they are writing this as sort of a timeline. That is why it might be confusing why they are switching between the people who are on the trail. When Blair reached High Bridge around 2 p.m., she saw a man now known to be Rick Allen. Betsy Blair did not this is when Blair reached High Bridge around 2 p.m., she saw a man, now known to be Allen, standing on the first platform on the bridge. False. Completely false. What she saw was a boyish, youthful, with poofy brown hair, and looked to be in his 20s, maybe 30s. Of average height. That is what she saw. Wrong! So completely false. It's false on its face. Average height. Let's see here. Average height in Indiana is 5 feet 10. Rick Allen is 5'4", 5'5". Do I have let's see here. 5 inches. 5 inches difference. This here, it's rough. This here is my nicotine pouches. This is roughly a bit over 2 inches wide. This would be 5 inches. Seriously. Average height would add this much on top of a person. So no, Mr. Rokita, Attorney General of Indiana. Betsy Blair did not see a person resembling Rick Allen. Do you guys have snuff like powder tobacco that is not? No, we have what we call as wet tobacco. Now this is nicotine pouches, which are not tobacco, but it's lint with nicotine and flavors. But no, we don't do the dry stuff. We do the wet stuff. Oh yeah, if you want your own wrong t-shirt, it's in my merch store. Thank you, Gigi. Where were we? Yeah. As Blair circled back to the mayor's entrance, she passed by Libby and Abby as they walked toward High Bridge. Blair did not see anyone else on the trail. Libby and Abby proceeded onto High Bridge and walked towards the southeast end. Libby took a photo of Abby on the bridge at 2:07 p.m. That photo, I have questions. Because to my recollection, the photo wasn't found on her phone. At 2:13 p.m., Libby took a 43-second video from the far end of the bridge showing AW cautiously walking towards Libby and the man initially denominated bridge guy by police, now known to be Alan, fuck you, following behind her. Bridge guy wore a blue jacket, blue jeans, a brown hat or hood on his head, and sneakers or boots. Let's check. Well, sort of. Now here comes the absolute moron, Attorney General Rokita. Look at this, what he claims. The audio captured the following. Is he right there? Is he right there? Don't leave me up here. See, this is the path. Whispering, that is a gun. There is no path here. We have to go down here. Alan, guys, high down the hill. This is a fabrication. This is outlandishly false. This is not even what the idiots testified to in court. That would be this here. That be a gun is the exact testimony. That be a gun. Here, the Attorney General changes it to is. If I were in the appeals team, I would have that in my response to this, that the Attorney General and his team actively changed testimony from court. Now, I'm going to play. I'll be silent. Compare what they just said. Sorry. Just listen. I will shut up so you can raise the volume.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Hi.
So, first of all, what they claim Abby whispered in the background, for me, it's impossible to say, is that her whispering or is it somebody else whispering? In my opinion. So let's go through it line by line.
See, this is
okay, so that is the what they claim. Is he right there? Is he right there? Don't leave me up here. In my personal opinion, bullshit. You can't really hear. First of all, She's a bit too far away. In my opinion, it could easily have been another person not on camera. Let's go back a bit.
See, this is the path.
See, this is the path
that we go down.
that we go down. According, folks, this is what they claim is said. Folks, now, don't focus on the rest of the words. See if you can hear an is. No, sorry. Should have shared it first.
that we go down.
Do you hear an is anywhere? Nowhere. At no place is there that is a gun. What they are saying is that we go down. It's so stupid. It's infuriatingly stupid. Hi, all eyes. All right. Let's go to the next one. According, oh shit, I forgot to share. Let's check this part.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Is that what's in that quote, folks? Is that what in that quote? Listen to it again. According to the Attorney General, there is no path here. We have to go down here. In my opinion, oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I forgot to share it again.
There's no path going there, so
there's no path going there. Not, there's no path here. They are omitting words to make it sound different. Next passage.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
So we have to go down here. Exactly. So this entire quote here are missing crucial words. So first is he right there? In my opinion, impossible to hear. See, this is the path that we go down. It's not whispering. And then missing words here. In my opinion, let's listen to the sequence again.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
According to me, what's being said here is telling me that they knew they were going somewhere that there were no path to. They already knew they were going somewhere. At this point in time, they already knew. We are going somewhere. There is no path there. You know where there's no path from the Monon High Bridge to somewhere. Ron's place. Ron's place. There's no path. It's just wooded area. It's his fucking land. Now take that together with Betsy Blair's description of a youngish, boyish in his 20s. Were they meeting up with people to go somewhere? That is my opinion. And remember, folks, according to this pre-trial, before they even had a suspect, they claimed that you could hear on the recording that the girls were in distress. Let me know if you hear distress.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Hi.
Now, that is up for interpretation. Did you hear distress? I don't. Sadly, the girls did not know that would be their last day alive. In my opinion, this entire passage here. Now, this was the state's case, and they got a conviction. This is the Attorney General who keeps the lie going. But the Attorney General took it one step further by even altering what was testified to in court. Took away a word and exchanged it to an is. There's no is. Removed words here. This is, in my opinion, since this is controllable facts, it's infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Okay. 7 seconds after the video ended, either Libby or Abby tried unsuccessfully to biometrically unlock the cell phone. Libby's Apple Health app captured the girls' movements. Alan brought the girls down the steep incline toward Deer Creek, where he later confessed he intended to grape them. This is, remember folks, this is the state's case. Why is the state working so hard to be deceptive? Who are they protecting? Well, the Attorney General is protecting the prosecutor, the judge, and the investigators. He could not care less about Rick, about Abby, and about Libby. He could not care less. He has absolutely zero feelings for this case. None whatsoever. He's only interested in surviving the appeal. Between Highbridge and Deer Creek was a single dirt driveway at the end of County Road 625 West that led to the Weber property. Alan saw a van, Brad Weber, driving home from work along that driveway, which scared him and changed his plans. This is the state's case, and also, in my opinion, provably false. There is a recording of a van passing by on camera, but not until 15 to 20 minutes after they claim Abby and Libby were already dead. Already dead. They claim the phone stopped moving at, 2:32. His van was not seen on that camera until 2:47, 2:49, something of the sort. In order for him to have been clocking out from his workplace to get to the Monon High Bridge at this point in time here, that's, remember, for this is, let's see, which is the 2:13, 43-second video. Here, all of a sudden, we are at 2:14 after all of this. 7 seconds later, then brought the girls down the steep incline towards Deer Creek, which is just down the hill, so to speak. And then he claims Alan saw a van, Brad Weber, driving home from work along that driveway. I wonder if you can see it. Yeah, you can. Here is that dirt road. Just at the top of the screen. Which means that this logically must have happened only minutes later. We are talking about 2:20 at the most, because the claim from the state is that the girls died 2:32. And at this point in time here, he hasn't passed the creek yet, according to the state. There is no physical probability for the Brad Weber's van to go from work to there in that time frame. And then, interestingly enough, okay, let's say he magically was there at around 2:20 p.m. His van doesn't arrive home until 2:47 p.m. What took him 27 minutes to get a few hundred yards? Why did it take him 27? He was provably near the site where the girls were killed. If the state is correct that his van was there around 2:20 p.m., why did it take him 25 to 30 minutes to arrive home? Think about that, folks. Hi, all eyes. Phone stopped moving from 2:18 to 2:25, then start moving again until 2:32 before it stopped moving for good. Yeah. Thank you. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. And then Alan ordered the girls to cross the 100-foot wide creek. Ice fucking cold, with water 3 to 4 feet high. Folks, experienced people do not cross a 30 to 35 yard wide spring creek in a couple of minutes. It's simply not possible. And remember, folks, Abby, 5'4", 5'5" herself, or maybe a bit taller, thin as a stick, in a spring stream. 30. That's hypothermia on slippery rocks. And remember, he saw the van, before he crossed the creek, according to the state, which again puts Weber's van at the site of the murders. At a time he could not possibly have been there, but according to the state's theory, he then somehow took another 25 to 30 minutes to get home from the scene of the fucking crime. Isn't that fucking odd? Let's continue. At some point, Alan ordered the girls to undress, and various pieces of the girls' clothing were discarded in the creek. Libby's tie-dyed shirt and camisole, one of her tennis shoes, Abby's jeans and underwear, together but turned inside out, Abby's gray hooded sweatshirt, and a sock. Remember, so he took them from down the hill, saw the van, which has to have been around 2:20 p.m., across the creek, get them to undress. You guys hear it yourself. You hear it yourselves how absolutely ridiculous the state's timeline is. If you don't know by now, because folks, at this time when he orders the clothes off, according to the state, he hasn't started killing yet. And remember, folks, one of the girls took time to die. Alan took the girls north of the steep creek bed to a secluded valley area that was difficult to see from the creek, the steep hillside to the north, and the Weber property to the south. Libby was not dressed, while Abby was clothed, partially in her own clothing, but wearing Libby's wet jeans and LG's sweatshirt. Abby's tennis shoes were wet and dirty, consistent with the creek bottom. Alan cut both necks with a box cutter. Yeah, this is the revelation from the medical examiner. A short while after Alan mentioned a box cutter in his, in my opinion, false confessions. And magically, 7 fucking years later, he has an epiphany. The medical examiner. Magically. It has to have been a box cutter. Up until that day, his statement was 2 different knives, 1 saturated. But magically, a short while after Rick Allen's confession of a box cutter, he changes his mind. Abby sustained 1 partial transition of a left exterior jugular vein. Libby sustained at least 3 separate injuries. Alan placed 3 branches and sticks on their bodies. This is the entirety, unless the state goes through. Oh, he tried to conceal them with 3 naked branches. And it was not 3 branches and sticks on their bodies. Let's... Where the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this doesn't include the sticks that were placed on the pool of over the pool of blood or anything else. So when they say Allen placed 3 branches and sticks on their bodies, is factually false. Factually false. LG's cell phone registered no movement after 2:32 p.m. Again, if Allen, according to the state, Allen saw the van at 2:20 p.m. So all of this in 12 minutes, according to the state. 30 to 35 yards, a crossing of a 30 to 35 yard wide creek, spring flooding, ice cold, do the undressing, handling everything, making sure one girl stays silently while the other girl gets killed, and then the other one, and one of the girls took time. All of that in 12 minutes. Do you hear how ridiculous this is? LG's cell phone registered no moment after 2:32 p.m. At 3:11 p.m. Yeah, this here. This is the entirety of the state's appeals brief, or appellee brief, regarding he was trying to cover them up with 3 naked branches and sticks in a woods covered with leaves. Yeah, folks. At 3:11, Libby was not answering phone calls from her father. Derek walked to the Freedom Bridge trailhead where he encountered Dave McCain coming from High Bridge side. McCain had not seen the girls. Derek alerted family that the girls were not at the trailhead and that Libby was not answering her phone. Family quickly assembled and searched the moan on High Bridge Trail and in Delphi. As he left the scene, Allen kept off the trail to avoid being seen. At about 4 p.m., Sarah Carbaugh saw a man now known to be Allen. Yeah, in my personal opinion, Sarah Carbaugh saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. She wanted to be involved, so she made shit up to be involved. There's not a single shred of evidence that she was there. And now, folks, 4 p.m. at CR 300 North, and she is the only person on that road, a well-trafficked road, by the way, at 4 p.m., which is around when people stop working. There should be traffic everywhere. And she's the only one who reported seeing somebody walking on that road wearing muddy clothes. No, Sarah. You weren't there. You never saw anything. You just wanted to feel important. So you called in a tip. And somehow, what should have been Yeah, it's that crazy lady again, turned into this. He was hunched forward with his hands in his pockets, much like on LG's video. She noted that he was covered in mud and had fresh blood spatters on his light-colored jeans. This is so stupid. First of all, she never said he was covered in mud. She said in the interview he was muddy. Not until the third interview, with unknown whatever happened in between those, then it changed to bloody, and then it changed to muddy and bloody. Nowhere fresh blood spatters on his light-colored jeans. How the fuck did she see that, Mr. Attorney General, as she was driving past him? Folks, when blood hits jeans, it becomes fucking dark. There's no way to see, especially if they were also muddy, to even make the difference. It's insanely stupid to even make this argument, but it's the state case. Around 5 p.m., law enforcement and Abby's mother were notified that the girls were missing. Search teams scoured the trail and areas near High Bridge until 2 a.m. when the search was called off for the night. Law enforcement also checked in with Brad Weber, who allowed the deputy to look around his property for the girls. The search resumed the next morning. Around noon, searchers along the south side of Deer Creek found some of the girls' clothing tangled in branches in the water. Searchers were directed to the north side of the creek. Access was made by going down the steep hill that ran south of the cemetery on... Oh yeah, by the way, that cemetery is where all the kids in that area smoke pot, according to rumors. The girls' bodies were discovered behind mature trees north of the creek. Blood pooling on the ground, blood transfer pattern, and DNA testing indicated that Libby's injuries were inflicted next to a small tree to the west of the girls' bodies. After touching the tree with her bloody hand and or arm and created an inverted L shape in blood. This is the F tree, by the way. That tree, at her size, she can't reach around that way. It's not an inverted L. And listen to this absolute fucking ridiculous. Libby walked towards Abby and sat or kneeled on the ground where she either fell unconscious or died in a large pool of blood. This is insane. This is how they explain no drag marks. But they can't explain why there are no drippings. Blood drippings. There are no drag marks. Nothing. Where's the evidence for this, that she walked herself to her final resting place? There's absolutely zero evidence for that. And folks, by her injuries, if she was at the tree with those injuries inflicted, she can walk anywhere. And yeah. Alan then dragged Libby's body by her left arm to her final resting place behind the large tree. There's no drag marks. Although some of the blood flow on Abby's face suggested her head had been moved or turned, she was injured and died where she was found. Although some of the blood flow all of the blood flow on her face. And it was flowed to the north. Abby was already clothed when the fatal injury was inflicted. See how they don't describe the other girls? That is because that would... It's so stupid. I don't even know that this was how it was explained in court. They are, again, making shit up to make things fit. So this is insanity. Neither girl showed defensive wounds or outward sign of sexual assault. A small amount of male DNA, perhaps simply from environmental factors, was detected in the internal genital swabs of both Abby and Libby, and from fingernail scrapings from both girls, but it was an insufficient amount of DNA for analysis. You need to be dysfunctional imbecile to write this sentence here. Perhaps simply from environmental factors. What? They dragged themselves over the local jizzing point? What environmental factors? At trial, if I remember correctly, the suggestion was laundry. Yeah. Okay. Environmental factors. The green dots are unknown male. Finger scrapings, genitalia, and upper private parts. How does both girls have unknown male DNA on their private parts, fingernails, from laundry? Does the state suggest that in both households the men are doing the minor girls' laundry, but only their underwear? Do you hear how fucking stupid that explanation is? In any other case, they would have sent this DNA to a better lab. Like in the Richins case, they didn't have the equipment locally. They sent it off to a better lab. In the Gilgo Beach serial killings, they sent it to a specialty lab who got amazing results. But no, not here, not in Delphi, because they don't want to. They tested enough to exclude Rick Allen. They didn't want to test more, because that would mean there are other suspects. It's insanely stupid. Absolutely insanely stupid to write a small amount of male DNA, perhaps simply from environmental factors. Defense attorneys in Indiana use this line in every rape case where you only find DNA externally. Use this. Tell the court that Indiana Attorney General says that DNA externally on genitals, environmental factors. Every defense attorney in a case involving suggested rape, you're welcome. On behalf of the Indiana Attorney General, external environmental factors. It's insanely stupid. Absolutely insanely stupid to even suggest this. So, on genitals and from fingernail scrapings, unknown male DNA. LG, Libby's cell phone and her other tennis shoe was discovered underneath Abby's body. Yeah, Abby's phone under Libby's body. Now, Libby's phone under Abby's body. The video of their kidnapping was found on the phone. We went through that. It's stupid. The phone had condensation and moisture on the screen. Yeah, cold at night, not freezing the day after, condensation. Had connection on and off from the cell tower all afternoon on the 13th, but lost cell tower connection between 5:45 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th, when it momentarily reconnected before it powered off. They don't address the fact that somebody accessed the phone or tried to access the phone. They just, we're not pretending that happened. We're not pretending that happened. For fuck's sake. An unfired Winchester brand 40 caliber cartridge was found in the leaves between the girls' bodies. False. Yeah, it was found there, but it was somewhat in the ground. Not on the ground, in the ground. Later ballistic testing showed that cartridge had been cycled through Allen's Sig Sauer 40 caliber handgun. I've been through that so many times. There, first of all, it's a shit science. It's a shit science. And even if you apply, say you believe in it, how they test, you cannot test a fired cartridge with an unspent casing that has just been cycled. And I went through this with the images from evidence. It's not a match. Out of the 4 pictures, there's one that is slightly similar. 1 out of 4. And this whore, yeah, I'm calling her a whore, that ballistics expert, because she's selling every part of her being to agree with the state. When she tested an unspent cartridge, just cycled through Allen's gun, she couldn't match it. That's the end of testing. She then fired which means heat, which means more pressure, more power, more everything, more speed, everything. It's not the same situation. And I saw the pictures. They are not a match. So when they say this. Ballistic testing showed. No. No. Yeah. The whore's name is Melissa Oberg, who claims that she has never been wrong. Folks, any scientist who says they've never been wrong should lose their credentials. Not a single. If you are an actual scientist, you never claim you've never been wrong. That in itself should disqualify her forever and ever and ever. And every trial that she has been involved in should be re-examined with her findings excluded. That whore should never work again. That whore deserves homelessness. If you're listening to this, Melissa, go fuck yourself. You lying piece of shit whore. On February 14th, Boris, Wilbur, and Blair told police about seeing a man on the trail the previous afternoon, and after seeing the bridge guy photograph from LD's phone that was released to the media, they immediately identified bridge guy as the man they had seen that day. Let's get that picture up. Why am I showing both pictures here? Well, both these pictures were drawn at the same time in 2017. That guy, according to the investigators, whoever that guy is, was cleared. They were then looking for that guy. This is the person that Betsy Blair and the girls say they saw on that bridge. Youngish, boyish, average height guy with brown poofy hair. Rick Allen was 44 years old, 5'4" and fat, and was basically, what do you call it, buzz cut? I mean, 3 millimeters of hair on a balding head. That's not Rick Allen. That's not Rick Allen. Bridge guy is not Rick Allen. Carba also came forward a few weeks after seeing the picture of Bridge guy and identified him as the muddy and bloody man she had seen on the road on February 13th. She didn't see jack shit. She wasn't even there that day. On February 16th, Allen reported to police that he wasn't on the trail on February 13th between 1:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. False! That is not what he said in that tip. And walked past a group of 3 girls as he entered the trail near Freedom Bridge and walked to High Bridge. I'm quite sure he said 4 girls. Or a group of girls. I don't think the tip said a group of 3 girls. You who remember more is you correct me if I'm wrong here, because I have, as I said earlier, I had probably forgotten more about this case than most people feel it's healthy enough to remember. So I'm sure I will be corrected on this if needed. Allen said he saw no one else on the trail. Allen's report was misfiled under Richard Allen Whiteman and mistakenly marked cleared. Fuck no. It was never misfiled. It was right there. And the cleared, remember who was the assigned officer? Jerry fucking Holman to that tip. Now, he wasn't the one who went to talk to Rick, but he was the one who determined it was cleared. In September 2022, Allen's report was discovered in a box and law enforcement began investigating him for the first time. Yeah, thanks to another whore in this. What's her fucking name again? The whore whose daughter was honorably devoted to Ron Logan. Yeah. No, not Oberg. The one who found the tip. Shanks! Thank you. Shanks. Kathy Shanks. Another whore in this case. Whose daughter was honor bound to Ron Logan. For you who know Ron Logan, yeah, I'm not going through that. I'm trying to get through this fucking thing here. Kathy Shanks volunteered and found. Fucking whore. Allen met with on October 13th. Yeah. Here's the thing. Why do they omit that Allen actually talked to an investigator at the time? Why isn't that here? Because that would be no, we don't want things like that in our appellee brief. On October 13th, 2022, Allen met with Tony Liggett and Mullin. Allen confirmed that he walked to High Bridge, saw girls, one older and two similar-looking younger ones that were possibly sisters, as he entered the trailhead, and then went out to the first platform on High Bridge to watch the fish. Allen now claimed that he was on the trail earlier, from 12 to 1:30. Yeah, I know. Electronic records do not work this way. The state claims they never talked to Rick even before then. Yeah, I know. But it's in the documents. I mean, it's so stupid. Oh. He said he was probably driving his 2016 black Ford Focus. Allen said he did not see anyone else on the trail that day, especially not Bridge Guy. Allen said he was probably wearing a dark Carhartt jacket. Provably false. He never said. With a hood, blue jeans, either tennis shoes or work boots, and had a hat with him. No, that is not what he said. Provably false. This line here is provably false. You listen to the interview. That is the investigators trying desperately to put words in his mouth and failing. He indicated that he might still have his cell phone from 2017. That's the cell phone he showed to the investigator back in 2017. When confronted with the picture of Bridge Guy, Allen stated that if it was taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be me. Here's the thing. They actually have the timestamps here. And if you listen to the timestamps, this is not what's going on. Based on witness information and Allen's statements, a search warrant was obtained to search Allen's home. Officers recovered Allen's 6 Sauer with ammunition, one unfired Winchester brand 40 caliber cartridge in the keepsake box, a blue Carhartt jacket, several knives and box cutters, and photos showing Allen on the High Bridge in 2016. Allen still owned his black Ford Focus. Although Allen had 12 other cell phones in the master bedroom closet, Allen's cell phone from 2017 was not found. Yes, so fucking what? I have a drawer with old cell phones. But I know I have traded in some. So what? Allen told Jerry Holman more than once during the search, it's over. I don't think... And here, even if he said it, where's the context? Well, the context is, this was already all over town, including where Rick said, it doesn't really matter, because everybody will think it. Context. The state does not want context. Allen gave a second interview on October 26. Allen said that he did not have his handgun with him at the trail on February 13th and denied loaning it to anyone else. If he carried it, he would have the handgun in a side holster and round chambered. Allen had no explanation for how a cartridge cycled through his handgun could have ended up at the scene and denied the possibility that any cartridge at the scene could have come from his gun. And it didn't. That is a red herring. They desperately wanted something to fit, and they made something fit. Again, Melissa whore Oberg, you fucking whore, you lying sack of shit. I hope the rest of your life, as the Chinese says, is interesting. Fucking whore. Folks, welcome to my show, by the way. You will hear foul words, especially regarding this case. And Allen was arrested. Now, what else are they omitting here? Well, the screaming from Jerry Holman, the lying from Jerry Holman. Well, because they have to. They have to. In early November, following the filing of charges, the trial court ordered Allen to be transferred to the Department of Correction for safekeeping due to media and safety concerns. We've been through that so many times. The safekeeping order, the ex parte safekeeping order, where Judge Diener, the coward, just sent him off and then swiftly took himself off the case. I'm so scared. You fucking coward, Judge Diener. DOC placed Allen at Westville Correctional Facility in APOD Cell A 1107, a single-man cell in the restrictive housing unit. That cell specifically, the restrictive housing unit is solitary confinement. Yes, you can hear people scream, but it is technically solitary confinement. If you come, by the way, if anybody trolling and say, oh, that's not really solitary confinement, I challenge you. I fucking challenge you. I have, folks, and I've been doing this for over 2 years now with no takers. What we're going to talk about here, I presume, with the confessions. Sign a waiver that allows me to subject you to what Rick was subjected to. It took them months to break Rick Allen. I could break you in hours, maybe days. I can make you say that I can make you say that this is a screwdriver in hours. Folks, I did my military service during the Cold War. I was trained in not to subject people to interrogation methods. I was trained in how to withstand interrogation methods, to recognize it and withstand it, which also means I know how to do it. So sign the fucking waiver. And and then afterwards, because if what you're claiming is true, that it was voluntarily, it was not coercive, then you as an innocent person, you would withstand it, wouldn't you? It would be easy for you. So why don't you sign the waiver? I have no takers for 2.5 fucking years. Because they know they are full of shit. Is this hi, hello? Is this response going to cause any trouble for Ricky? Yeah, of course. I mean, it is the state. They are making remarks. It's for the appeals court. Now, in my opinion, most of this can be rebutted by the defense appeals team. But there is so much here that is omitted and outright lies. They even change testimony and evidence from the trial, in my opinion. So, but will it be tried? Of course it will. Even the best appeals cases it is an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. The 12-by-8 cell had a bed, a toilet, a sink, slot in the door through which his meal was served, and a narrow window for daylight. After Alan complained that scratches in the window made it hard to see out, DOC replaced the window. Alan was given showers, 3 per week, out-of-cell recreation time, 5 times per week, 3 sets of clothing and weekly laundry service, books and puzzles, and an electronic tablet that he could use to communicate with family, listen to music, download music, and play games. Out-of-cell recreation time, if they allowed it, was an hour. If they allowed it. Which means out of how many hours is there in a week? It's 24 hours a day times 7. What's 24 times 7? Out of 168 hours a week, he was allowed out to fresh air, or somewhat fresh air, 5 hours when he was allowed to. 3 showers per week if he was allowed to. 3 sets of clothing, unless it was soiled or torn. Then weekly laundry service for 3 sets of clothes if allowed to. Books and puzzles. Yay. Electronic tablet that he could use to communicate with family, listen to music, download movies, and play games. Those tablets are, first of all, they are shit. It's the cheapest, oldest on the market that barely functions. When his first tablet broke, Alan did not have to pay the usual fee for a replacement tablet. So, in my opinion, Alan broke it because he did not want to talk to his family, to have them listen to him breaking down. Alan was granted in-person visits with his wife. Twice. What was it? Twice in a year and a half. Maybe 3 times. which is generally not permitted for restricted housing convicts. He wasn't a convict, Mr. Attorney General. He was a suspect. This is, yeah. Alan had access to weekly chaplain visits upon request and received regular checks by medical staff. Although shackled while being transported outside his cell, Alan's shackle was removed during his session with Dr. Walla. His sessions with Dr. Walla was in a 3 foot by 3 foot, more or less a 3 by 3 cell. It was a door in the corner. So, and Dr. Walla, whore number 3 so far, have entered this. Dr. Walla, who, after this case, after Alan was transported out, her contract was not renewed because they deemed her unfit to work in that prison. But that, yeah, nah. And in my opinion, squealed, although she had, as the responsibility as a psychologist, she told the investigators everything that happened in there all the time. How else did they know which sessions to ask for when they wanted his medical history, including her notes? What a fucking whore. And his meetings with his wife and attorneys. Although placed in the same kind of physical environment as convicted offenders in that unit, Alan was treated better. And the primary goal was to keep him safe from himself and the general population. You fucking assholes. Alan being treated better than convicted murderers, rapists, serial killers in the restricted unit is not how a not convicted person should ever be treated. This means nothing. Nothing. As a pre-trial detainee, no. And they used the loophole of the safekeeping order to keep him there, forcibly medicated for 18 months. The administrative and medical team met to discuss how to make Alan more comfortable. DLC policy restricted periods of solitary confinement to persons with serious mental illness to 30 days. But Alan's initial diagnosis of major depressive disorder and anxiety did not meet the definition. Here they are meeting again. When Rick was transported in, he was deemed to be on the second highest level of mental illness. There are A, B, C, and D. D, you have to get out of there. You have to be transported. He was at the C level. And then he got worse with hallucinations and everything. He should have been, the moment that happened, he should have been transported out. But he wasn't, because safekeeping order used as a loophole. So they kept him there. So this here, but Alan's initial diagnosis of major depressive disorder and anxiety, initially, But since he got worse, he should have been reevaluated. You didn't because of the safekeeping order. With the worsening of his conditions, by policy, he should have been transported. But you had the safekeeping order, you fuckers. DOC policy restricted to 30 days. He had hallucinations. He was given Haldol. And he had a psychotic break. But they just the initial diagnosis. You kept him there, you fuckers, because you hoped it would break him. And it did. Because he entered WCF on constant self-ending watch with prior mental health diagnosis, the cell Alan was placed in was the self-ending cell with 24-hour video monitoring, and he was observed by self-ending companions. Convicted felons was his self-ending companions. Convicted felons. Alan met with Dr. Waller daily. No, not daily. Usually in a nearby room with a metal grate partition between them, and otherwise at his cell door. No, what the fuck is... Alan was offered the opportunity to meet with Dr. Waller out of his cell at least once a week. During a session in early November, Dr. Waller advised Alan not to talk about his case with anyone, and she did not ask him questions about it during their sessions. Lie. Can I prove it's a lie? No, because she shredded her fucking notes. She destroyed evidence. The whore. The absolute whore. By December, Evelyn was removed from constant self-ending watch and placed on close observation. He was observed every 15 minutes by convicted felons. And Alan met with Dr. Waller once a week. Alan did well in the first months of 2023. Yeah, it took them 6 months to break him. Did well. Alan found Jesus and accepted God into his heart in late March 2023 and became increasingly concerned with religious matters. If you don't know, yeah, very good, very good. But in this situation, it's a part of the sign of an increasingly fragile mind. Because similar at this happened is when he started to really break down, starting with his psychotic break. In late March and early April, Alan began receiving his legal discovery, and he had a visit with his attorney on April 3rd or 4th. In early April, corresponding with those two events, Alan's mental health quickly deteriorated. It had started long before that. And then he found out exactly how gruesome everything was, what they accused him of. He was already at the second highest degree of mental illness. He was slowly degrading away in solitary confinement with people screaming at him, day in, day out, night and day. And then Dr. Waller, probably, in my opinion, making it worse. Alan started to refuse meals and act out. On April 3rd, Alan told his wife, "I did it." I don't think this is proper quoted, but it's the state's case. Of course, they will say. The next day, Dr. Waller upgraded Alan back to constant self-ending watch. Correctional officers were assigned to observe Alan, and Dr. Waller met with him every day. This is a person in an active psychotic break at this point in time. Active psychotic break. Should have been transferred. But he started to say things. So they kept him there. In my opinion, they were hoping Rick Allen would die. That way they could declare the case solved. No trial, no nothing. But he survived. On April 5th, Allen confessed to Dr. Waller and in a written note to the warden that he had ended Libby and Abby. I'm not... see here how they don't quote anything? It's because they can't. They are just omitting facts and changing the story. He told Dr. Waller he acted alone and his intentions were actual in nature. She shredded the fucking notes. Dr. Waller warned Allen again that it was not in his best interest to talk about his case. Did you tell his attorneys? Yeah. At this time, he also thought that he killed his own grandchild. He didn't have grandkids. At this point in time, he also started World War III. He cheated on his wife with a matchstick. There's so much shit going on in this. Everything was so vague that no details. There were never any details except van and box cutter. The van we know could not have been there when the state said it was. And even if it was, it leaves Brad Weber with a 25 to 30 minutes break at the fucking scene of the crime or near before he came home. And by the way, Brad Weber, for those who don't know, at the time, back in 2017, said to the investigators that he was maintaining the ATMs. A story he stuck to up until trial. But at trial, it was very convenient for him to have gone home and passed the crime scene. Folks, do you believe if Brad Weber had said what he said at trial, already back in 2017, that he would not be a suspect? No, he lied. Because he knows he was close to the crime scene at the time the girls were killed. So he lied then, in 2017, and he lied at trial, saying when he was at that place and when he got home. He was a liar then, he was a liar at trial. But it was convenient for the prosecution because they know he lied. But they let him lie on the stand. Yeah. Waller documented his eyes bulging out of his head for months, but she still testified that he was totally fine in May. Yeah. Let's continue. 2 days later, April 7th. Blah, 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 blah. This part goes on and on and on. Footnote through. Although Warden Jellypoo testified he was given the note on March 5th, the self-ending companion's testimony and log, the DOC chain of custody form, show Allen delivered the note on April 5th. Yeah, but this was huge back then, where the state said, no, he delivered it already in March, so it couldn't have been while he was in an active psychotic break. And as it turned out, they fucking lied. Warden Jellypoo lied. And now Warden Jellypoo is no longer at the prison. I think he left in 2023. Yeah, let's see here. Former warden of the Indiana Department of Corrections Girls Juvenile Facility near LaPorte is suing the state to try to regain his job. John Jellypoo was named by the DOC as Correctional Executive of the year 2019 for his work on instituting, let's see, modern correctional reform practices, which focus on tough love and belief in rehabilitation, along with second chances, blah, 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 blah. According to the lawsuit filed in LaPorte Superior Court, it's alleged that Jellypoo was terminated without due process. He's seeking to return to his position along with back pay. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he was fired. He was at the Westville, and then he wasn't. He started at this girl's place, where he was fired. Weird, isn't it? That's about it, what I know. Let's see here. It was terminated in 2024 amid allegations of paperwork violations related to state vehicle and time code issues. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So from that prison, Dr. Walla, gone. Gone. From that prison, Warden Jellypoo, gone. Isn't that weird? That the people they claim are absolutely credible in the handling of Rick Allen both got fired. Isn't that strange? But we are supposed to believe them. Then, during the ensuing days, Allen's behavior became increasingly bizarre, including drinking toilet water, smearing poo on himself, eating his own feces. And here's the game. Allen shifted quickly back to normal behavior if he wanted something, or he would behave outrageously to get attention. This is by testimony. And this at the same time as Dr. Walla reported Haldol poisoning. He was given so much Haldol, he got physical reactions, bulging eyes. And I don't mean the normal kind of, really, his eyes were more or less getting out of his eye sockets. At the same time that they claim here, he was shifting back and forth. He was having fucking Haldol poisoning in an active psychosis. By April 13th, Allen's behavior was deemed severe enough to warrant medical intervention. So, yeah, he is breaking down. He's making more and more erratic confessions, not just to this case, but to everything else. but they stayed off the medical intervention until after. Oh yeah, now we have confessions. Now you can start treating him. April 13th, behavior was deemed severe enough to warrant a medical intervention. The next day, Dr. Martin presented Alan's case to a treatment review committee, which agreed that Alan was exhibiting psychotic symptoms that warranted an involuntary injection of Haldol, an antipsychotic medication. And this is so stupid. Psychosis ebbs and flows, and a person can slip in and out of psychosis in a 24-hour period. This is how they explain. Yeah, when he confessed, that is when he said was clear. The rest of the time, he was out of it. Alan was administered an injection of short-acting Haldol for 4 days and monitored for side effects. Eyes bulging. So, he was injected 4 days straight with short-acting Haldol. And then long-acting Haldol on April 18th, May 18th, and June 16th. So this is on top of what he already had. And this doesn't include the other medications he was already on, whose side effects are, I mean, the things the antidepressive and anti-anxiety medications together with Haldol increases the fucking effect of Haldol, causing Haldol poisoning. And for you who don't know, here we go again. Haldol. Remember when I said a while ago, I did my military service during the Cold War? Haldol was Soviet Union's favorite mind-altering drug. There are testimony written about what happened in the gulags when the Soviets wanted a confession out of a political dissident, pump them with Haldol, suggest something to them. With enough time, with enough coercion, they will start to confess to something they never did. Then they are put off Haldol. They sometimes return to normal. Sometimes the effect is permanent. And once the effect is off, they start, no, those confessions, those are false. No, we have it. No, we have it here. Exactly what happened here. Exactly. Soviet Union's favorite mind-altering drug. Strange, isn't it? And the reports of the dates where he confessed. Now, there are some suggestions with the phone calls and stuff, but that is him saying maybe. They have broken him down so far that he says maybe to his wife. And Dr. Walla shredded the evidence. She shredded the evidence of when these actually happened. And then when she wrote his confessions out in as a story, her story. How is it legal to do this in the United States? Because Haldol injections cost about 20 cents. That is why it's used. It's cheap. Not the copyright, but the patent, long gone. It's cheap as fuck. The Haldol came out, we call it barbiturates. Haldol came out at the same time as alcoholics were treated by opium. Haldol showed up on the scene at the same time as what do you call it, when they cut out parts of your brain to make you calmer. Haldol came out at the time where they believed what do you call it, when they thought morphine cured alcoholism and that barbiturates had no side effects. Yeah, thank you, lobotomy. Yeah, that's the word I was missing. Haldol came out back then. And it hasn't changed since. That's why it's so dirt cheap, and that is why it's still used, despite how dangerous it is. That's all I said. They initially did this to him because they thought he would crack and snitch on the clients. But by the time they figured out Rick Allen had zero connection to the clients, they crossed too many lines to own it. Yeah. They made shit up. And we don't know how much they actually made up because Dr. Walla shredded the evidence. We don't know what she suggested. We don't know what the guard suggested. We don't know what was told to the inmates. Hey, if he confesses, tell us and we'll give you an extra cookie. We don't know because the evidence was destroyed. Let's continue. Between April 14th and May 2nd, Allen's psychotic symptoms slowly improved. He was comfortable with Haldol and had Haldol poisoning. He continued to confess during that period. Yeah, surprise, fucking surprise. Including an admission on April 29th that he had used a box cutter. Yeah, April 29th. Now, I don't remember when the medical examiner changed his mind, but we are talking about days later, when he had an epiphany that the two murders, which he up until that time said was 2 knives, one clean, one saturated, all of a sudden, yes, box cutter. Magically. Lying piece of shit. By May 2nd and 3rd, he had returned to baseline and no longer exhibited any significant psychosis. Really? Let's go up here. Where is it? He received long-acting Haldol injections on April 18th, May 18th, and June 16th. And just a few lines later, by May 2nd and May 3rd, he returned to baseline. Oh, really? So how did he get 2 more injections? He was back on baseline. It's obvious for us to see, who sit here and read this. Both things can't be true. He cannot be back to baseline and still be injected with Haldol. That is an active psychosis that might be suppressed by Haldol, but it's not fucking at baseline. Yeah. Thank you, Mika. His trial was supposed to start the week of May 15th. And he was still on Haldol at the time the trial was supposed to start. On May 3rd, Allen gave his most detailed confession to the offenses to Dr. Walla, the whore, the lying whore. This was the first time he mentioned that seeing a van was what scared him and caused him to forego raping the girls. Now, remember when we talked about the timeline earlier? About when the van could have been there and should have been there? Now we're getting to the state. Probably hoped that we forgot what we read a while ago. This new piece of information that a van had driven by, which only Bridge Guy would know, led investigators back to Brad Weber. Weber's work records show that he clocked out of the Subaru plant in Lafayette at 2:02 p.m. Weber confirmed that he had driven his van to work that day and went straight home. That is not what he said back in 2017. Remember? He said back in 2017 that he checked his ATMs that day. He never went straight home. Weber confirmed that he had driven his van to work that day and went straight home. Liar. Yeah. And see here. Weber, which would have placed the van on his driveway near Highbridge and the Creek shortly after the girls were kidnapped. Yeah, but the video shows him, and I believe his home Wi-Fi connects him at 2:50 p.m. According to the state, the girls were kidnapped just after the 43-second video, which was at 2:13 p.m. If he scared them when they were just down the hill, we're talking about 2:20 p.m. So he made that trip, according to the state, in 18 minutes or less. The drive from the plant to Brad Weber's house is 32 minutes. According to Google. How did he make it from the plant to that stretch of gravel road in under 20? It is not possible. First, he has to clock out. Then he needs to get to his car. Then he needs to start his car. And then he's out on the road. So let's see. He clocked out, which is by the exit 2:02. He's at his car 2:03. Starts his car and starts driving. We are at 2:04. All of a sudden, he made that drive to be at the Monon High Bridge, at that little stretch of gravel road, in 16 minutes, according to the state's own timeline. He has to have been driven roughly 120 miles per hour to make it in 16 minutes. Do you see how ridiculous this is? The state's timeline do not fit. It never did. But this is why they don't include here the amount of time it takes to drive from the plant to his home, because they know it does not fit. Never did. And the only reason why they put this on Weber is because he lied back in 2017. So they had that on him. It was in his best interest to testify. Yeah, I drove past there at that time. But they can't say at what time. Because that would mean somebody can check how long it takes to drive from the plant to his home. Allen continued to confess many more times to Dr. Walla. Watch companions, convicted felons, murderers, rapists, and his family through May and June, and even as late as February 2024. The February 2024 is still bullshit. But because after May, June, his actual baseline appeared, and he stopped confessing. Remember what I told you about how Soviet Union used this? They used it, Haldol, to get confessions. Then they removed the Haldol. People returned to normal and said, no, that's not true. That's not true. But they already had a confession. That is how it works. And that is how it worked here. And again, Dr. Walla destroyed the evidence. Additional facts will be provided as necessary to the issues. Summary of the argument. 1. Okay, so that is, let's see here. Statement of the facts. According to the state, 15 pages, we found a lot that they are even changing things from trial to make it fit. Omitting facts, because that simply cannot be true at the same time. That is what we found. Now let's see the summary of the arguments. What page was it? 26. 1. Frank's claim is waived in several respects, and it is meritless. Liggett did not include false statement or omit material information from the probable cause affidavit. He did. They tried to place words in Rick Allen's mouth that simply weren't true, and then they omitted that he actually never said the things they claim he said. They made shit up in the affidavit that was handed to the judge to get the warrant. And the affidavit still establishes probable cause, even if the challenge statement's omissions are excluded. No, if the statements and omissions, if the statements are excluded and the omissions are included, there is literally nothing that puts Allen at the scene of the crime, at the time of the crime, in the clothes that bridge guy was wearing. Nothing. 2. Allen's challenge to his confessions is waived. Regardless, his confessions were voluntary. We went through that. It's stupid. The requisite state coercion is absent. For fuck's sake. The conditions of his confinement did not rise to the level necessary to constitute coercion. Allen also has not shown that the condition caused his confessions, as the record provides other explanations for his desire to confess. And he confessed both before and after his period of psychosis. According to Dr. Walla, the lying whore who destroyed the evidence. Allen's other state constitutional challenges are meritless. Allen's challenge to the exclusion of the IPAS settlement at the suppression hearing is moot. And he has not raised any challenge to its exclusion at trial. Regardless, Allen was allowed to present evidence of DOC policy regarding SME prisoners in restricted housing, and any minimal probative value of the settlement agreement from an earlier unrelated lawsuit was outweighed by the danger of prejudice and confusion of the issues. Its exclusion is at most harmless error. So they do, just in case, just in case that the PS court say, oh, fuck no. Excluding that, nah, that was not proper. Oh, but then it's a harmless error. Harmless error. Shit, cunt motherfuckers. 3. The trial court properly excluded inadmissible evidence. Blair's investigatory sketch of Bridge Guy was not relevant because she did not identify Allen. You just included Blair's testimonials as a point in your statement of facts. But here, all of a sudden, oh, she didn't identify Allen, so it's not important. Not one person at trial said, yeah, Rick Allen is the guy, is Bridge guy. The prosecution was afraid to ask the question, because if one of these witnesses said, no, that's not him, case falls apart. So they were too scared to ask the question. And now they are trying to use that. She didn't identify Allen. She was never asked to identify Allen. And they, I mean, seriously, let's see. Yeah. None of these people are Rick Allen. The description doesn't fit. Because, again, nobody said Bridge guy was a short, fat, middle-aged guy. It was unduly prejudicial, and it was inadmissible hearsay. It's so stupid. Inadmissible hearsay. The very sketches they used, more or less, to claim Rick Allen was Bridge guy. And remember, Jerry Holman. Oh, by the way, let's bring that this up again. Let's bring this up again. Jerry Holman, under oath, says these two guys are the same guy. To him, those two guys are the same guy. He said that under oath, under the penalty of perjury. Jerry Holman says these two images are of the same guy. You determine yourself if Jerry Holman is a person you want to have as a police officer who says he can't tell the difference between these two images. Skinner says, put them pics together and then remove them both. And it looks exactly. Yeah. Tobin's testimony was not relevant because it went to the admissibility of firearm identification evidence as a science, not to witness credibility. And firearm identification evidence is admissible in Indiana. Here's the thing, Attorney General Fucktwat. If firearms identification evidence, tool mark, is unreliable, then the credibility of the witness testifying to it is at stake. And yeah, firearm identification evidence is admissible in Indiana. And folks, this is so stupid because tool mark analysis is an opinion. It's a subjective opinion. It's not a fucking science. It never was, is not, and will never be a science. The audio of Allen's movement videos was hearsay. I'm not sure what that is, I must say. I'm not entirely sure what that is. His two Yale calls on April 3rd, 2023 did not fall under the doctrine of completeness. Yeah, this is on April 3rd, 3 calls were made. The first one was him describing how he was losing his mind. I don't know if it was the second one or the third one that was maybe I did it. But the judge excluded the context and only admitted where he said maybe. So, doctrine of completeness. This was 3 calls in rapid succession. And he didn't even remember making the first call in the second or third call. He didn't even remember it. That would have shown the jury his actual state of mind. And Judge Gould, the whore, who has now retired, good. I hope you burn in hell for what you have done in your stint as a judge. Because if you can place Rick Allen in prison and make this an unfair trial, I can only assume you have done it in every other fucking trial. You whore. You absolute whore. Let's continue. Dr. Grassian's opinion that Allen's confessions were false was impermissible vouching evidence. Dr. Grassian literally wrote the book on false confessions. This is not vouching evidence. This is expert testimony of how false confessions are made. That goes to the weight of the evidence the state is presenting to the jury. The state could call their own expert. It's about the weight of the evidence. It's not vouching other evidence or impermissible vouching evidence. This is stupid. Perlmutter's third-party motive testimony opining this was a ritual killing was properly excluded under Evidence Rule 403. It was impermissibly speculatively unsupported by any Odinist who could be connected to the crime. What? What the fuck is this? And based on inaccurate or highly disputed contentions about the crime scene. Weight of the evidence. And you could have called your own. And by the way, Dr. Perlmutter, why do you only said Perlmutter and not Dr. Perlmutter? Because she's Dr. fucking Perlmutter. She is the one training FBI on these matters. Oh, sorry, Bean. As a proud whore, keep me out of that BS. My apologies. When I'm talking about these people in this case, I'm not as the honorable oldest line of work. These are people who are selling their souls, not their body parts. They are selling their souls. That kind of whore. And highly disputed contentions about the crime scene. Contentions about the crime scene. The state provided, this is how the crime scene looked. The defense wanted, here's a difference of opinion about the crime scene. Weight of the evidence. Allen's proffered third-party suspects were unduly speculative and did not tend to show Allen had not committed the murders. Oh, for fuck's sake. Holder had a confirmed alibi. No, he didn't. Why do I say that? Because Holder, now, let's go. Oh, Brad Holder claims he clocked out of work an hour late that day. He didn't show pay stubs about overtime. And when they went there, they only spoke to the administrator, who offered them to go check the video, and the investigators declined. There's no evidence he was the one who actually clocked out. Then he put himself. Do you know how to ping yourself on Facebook? Or you could back in the day at least. Do you know how you did that? You clicked there and wrote, "I was there." You could be on the other side of the fucking planet. I could ping myself in on Monon High Bridge right here, right now. I'm nowhere near. I'm on the other side of the fucking planet. So when they say confirmed alibi, no. And Allen never contended that Westphal, whose sole alleged connection to the crime was his organism, could have committed the crimes by himself. See what the wording here. Could have committed the crimes by himself. They have to assert to the appeals court that it is impossible that this crime was made by more than one people. The state's case up until Allen started confessing was that it was more than one person. Prosecutor McLeland said this to Judge Gull. It's in the transcript that the reason why they are still having the case open is because they are still searching for more people or something of the sort. Yeah, a funny, not funny thing about this alibi is we all stormed Area 51. Yeah, there were a combined, according to when the news cameras was all around Area 51 on the storming, and what was it, a handful? There were close to 1,000 people pinging in on that fucking storming, because you can ping yourself in from anywhere to anywhere at any point in time. And when it comes to Holder, Westphal, they confessed to another person who then told. Any error in the exclusion of any of this evidence was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt based on the eyewitness testimony and Allen's statement placing himself at the scene, which combined with identify Allen as bridge guy. Nobody, for fuck's sake, you just said up here. Blair's investigatory sketch of bridge guy was not relevant because she did not identify Allen. That was your argument here. A few lines later, which combined to identify Allen as bridge guy. No, you don't have anybody identifying. Nobody of the eyewitnesses was asked a question. You used that up there, and now you claim it again down here. The presence of the 40 caliber cartridge cycled through his gun at the scene, which is false. It's complete. Now, yes, there's expert testimony at trial, which was admitted, and anything speaking against her methodology was excluded. So this is they are all going with circular arguments here. The admission of the Google search for an alternative theory explaining the cell phone's audio output code was harmless error. I don't know what this is. Yeah. male DNA, not Rick Allen's, on the crime scene, which the prosecution and Attorney General Fucktwat says could have been environmental factors like laundry, because apparently, according to the state, both girls had male relatives washing their underwear. That's the state's argument of how unknown male DNA came on their private parts, is because their male relatives washes their underwear. Because that's not sickening at all. None of the theories for that code made it more or less likely that Allen killed the victims. I don't know the Google search. I really don't. I have no idea what this Google search is. 4. The trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error. Allen did not show that the state offered demonstrably false testimony because he did not verify the date and timestamp on the surveillance video. Fucking assholes. Brad Weber, back in 2017, told them he was somewhere else. Brad Weber claimed he was at the scene 16 fucking minutes after he left the plant, which it takes 32 minutes to drive directly from the plant to his home. 16 minutes to get to the Monon High Bridge. Did not show that the state offered demonstrably false testimony because he did not verify the date and timestamp on the surveillance video. They just fucking got the thing. Nor did he establish a foundation for the FBI ping evidence. I'm not sure what that is. When they pinged the FBI ping evidence is when Brad Weber connected to his home Wi-Fi. But that he didn't establish a foundation for it. That was Judge Gull claiming. Enough foundation wasn't. Allen had an adequate opportunity to impeach the witness with this evidence, but he strategically chose not to. He was not. You just said he wasn't allowed to. Last, this evidence would not have impeached Allen's confession to seeing the van. This court should affirm Allen's murder conviction. Okay, here's the argument. This was the summary of the argument. Now let's go. 2.5 hours. We are at 27 out of 94. I'll go for another half hour, I think. We'll see where we stop. If you're sensitive about foul language, I do not apologize because I'm actually holding back here, folks. I'm holding back. I'm holding back in the hopes that these few hours here, I can get some ad revenue. Oh yeah, and by the way, a reminder, Gigi, my first and best moderator, her birthday is this week. That is why you can see pinned to the chat PayPal. I will show Gigi my appreciation by sending her some cash. And if you want to do that too, send it to the PayPal. That is my PayPal. I will send it to her because her PayPal has her government name on it and she wants to be anonymous, kept anonymous. And I respect that. So if you guys wants to give her a sign of appreciation, send a few bucks to my PayPal, and I will send it forward with receipts. I will show receipts. I always show receipts. If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. All right, let's get back to the clusterfuck. Argument. The court properly admitted evidence found pursuant to a valid warrant search of Allen's house. The search warrant for Allen's house validly established probable cause. Therefore, the court properly admitted evidence found in that search: the gun, a .40 caliber cartridge found in the bedroom, a blue Carhartt jacket, and knives. By the way, this blue jacket, his wife said he bought that just a couple of years ago. That was a couple of years before 2024. Which makes it nowhere near the crime scene in 2017. And we already talked about the gun. Because this appeal follows a completed trial, the issue is whether the evidence was properly admitted at trial, and the ruling is reviewed for an abuse of discretion, Sloan v. State. But to the extent admissibility turns on the constitutionality of search uncovering the evidence, the question is reviewed de novo. And here we have blah, 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 blah. Allen did not preserve this issue for appeal. Allen's Fourth Amendment challenge to the admission of this evidence suffers from multiple issue preservation problems. First, Allen waived this issue entirely by failing to object to the evidence at trial. Here's my counter-argument. They had an objection already in place. Now, the counter-argument, I believe in to preserve a claim of error, the defendant must contemporaneously object to the admission of the challenged evidence at trial. They say a pre-trial motion to suppress is insufficient to preserve an issue for appeal. Brown v. State. I'm not entirely sure that is what Brown v. State, but it could be. To preserve a claim of error, the defendant must contemporaneously object to the admission of the challenged evidence at trial. We don't know what was said at sidebar. Because the trial transcript we have are incomplete. And I went through a bunch of the trial transcripts last year. But yeah, it could be that the defense fucked up, which makes this into inefficiency of counsel. An inefficiency of counsel issue. Allen did not object when the state elicited testimony pertaining to the search of the house and affirmatively stated he had no objection to the admission of the gun and cartridge and to the photographs of the Carhartt jacket and knives. Now this, if they can't contest this, the appeals attorneys, they have to file ineffectiveness of counsel. Because if this actually happened, we only had a transcript, which I simply don't trust because of the court reporter being a fucking asshole. If this actually happened, it's inexcusable from the defense attorneys to not object at the time, if this happened as stated. By failing to reassert his Fourth Amendment challenge at trial and instead stating he had no objection when the evidence was proffered, Allen has waived appellate review of his challenge to the warrant. If that happened, was the pre-trial motion ruled on? I don't remember. I actually don't remember if that... It has to be pretrial motion to suppress is insufficient to preserve an issue for a pre-appeal. It had to be denied since it was presented as at trial, but I don't know. I have to say I don't know. But if it happened the way it's written here, it's inexcusable to miss that. Absolutely inexcusable. Oh, good. Alan did not object to the emission of the gun and cartridge and to the photographs. Trial transcript here. I have the trial transcripts. Uh, 16. Is that, or is it 14? Let's open 14. 22. Let's see here. XEV is 14. Okay. 23 to 25. I am at Allen Trial Transcript Volume 14. I don't know if this is the one that is the same, but that starts with an answer. Yeah. And ultimately, he told you that if he were going to depart to the Monon High Bridge, he would go through town. Isn't that right? So I can't check here. And this is a continuation from volume 13. Page 3. Okay, let's go to page 23 instead. Did it state where he went out? He did. We applied to get a search warrant. Okay. Okay, let's see here. According to the trial transcript, page 23. Let's see if there is an objection in the trial transcript. Dun, dun, dun. I don't see a let's see if he let's see here. I see an objection here about the video going before. Sustained. Once you move to strike that comment from the record. Sorry, Mr. McLeland, it's okay, strike it, just make sure I'm correct, Mr. Rossi, just a statement about the gun. Okay, but that is the down the hill video. Dun, dun, dun. I'm scrolling this fast because I'm looking for if there is an objection anywhere near here. And I don't find one here. 25. Let's see here. And yeah, so not there, which was the 83 to 92. Mr. Vito, blah, blah, blah. Search warrant, okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 247 through 275. Miss Auger, no objection. You idiots. Yeah, this is the entirety of the photographs from me. Fuck. Yeah, that was Auger. Yeah. And then cross-examination by Miss Auger. And he cross-examines about the evidence. Yeah. 103. Let's go down to page 103. And Jerry Holman. Dun, dun, dun. Talking to blah, blah, blah. $208. But a search warrant. And admit what's been marked as State Exhibit 267, Mr. Baldwin, no objection. Twice no objection. Yeah. Ineffective assistance of counsel. If they have a motion to suppress pre-trial and it is denied, it's their fucking obligation to stand up and object every fucking time they try to have evidence from that search. Yeah, but those are photos from the search. Yeah, but they're still from the search. You can't have no objection if you're contesting the search. Fuck. Yeah. By failing to research, yeah. Halliburton v. State. Let's see. Halliburton v. State. Let's see. But they have to assert dun, dun, dun. Okay. Yeah, 2013 is that? No, this is 29. Decided 2019. Is there an early? Sorry. I'm just 79. Sorry if I'm being a bit silent. I'm searching. While I'm reading, just so you. Admission of evidence, admission of photographs. The trial court admitted into evidence exhibits which Halliburton characterizes, blah, 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 blah. However, Halliburton objected only to 5 of these photographs. Thus, we examine whether the trial court abused its discretion in admitting these 5 exhibits over Halliburton's objection. As for the remaining photographs, Halliburton has the burden of demonstrating that their admission amounted to a fundamental error. But these are regarding photographs depicting a crime scene. So, yeah, it's admission of evidence, but in this specific case, it is admission of crime scene photos, not. But maybe it's being used broader than intended by the court, by the Indiana Supreme Court. That happens. Thank you, Adventuring. Brown 2010 holds claimed error in admitting unlawfully seized evidence is not preserved unless an objection was lodged at the time evidence was offered. Does not assert fundamental error without. Okay, thank you. So they are asserting both Halliburton and Halliburton and Brown in this. But Halliburton in itself is about, well, technically it's about evidence, but it is evidence in form of excessive use of crime scene photos. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, so this is about our autopsy photographs and photographs of that nature. But they also back it up with the Brown. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Halliburton reinforces Brown's holding that failure to object at trial generally precludes appeal. Yeah. I was looking, and thank you to Adventuring for reaching the same as me. Yeah. This is a fundamental mistake by the defense attorneys. Stating that defendant may not affirmatively state at trial that he has no objection to the admission of evidence and then claims such admission to be erroneous on appeal. Yeah. Allen, who does not acknowledge his waiver, makes no argument that the admission of this evidence constituted fundamental error. He has therefore waived any claim of fundamental error. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fundamental error by the defense attorneys at trial. Allen's assertion that Detective Liggett recklessly made false statements or material omission is not a claim of willful malfeasance. Only deliberate lies or intentionally misleading omissions could constitute willful malfeasance. Yeah. Damn. This is... Yeah. They objected to all of it at some point, but then stipulated to some of it. Yeah. We had that discussion last year about how stupid it was by the defense to stipulate to anything, because the state turned around and shoved that back in their face. Yeah, you already stipulated. We don't care what you say now. That stipulation, I said it when I read the transcript. You fucking idiots. How can you stipulate to evidence against your client? So I like the guys who defended him. I really do. But this is a huge mistake. Second, even if the entire issue were not waived, the fourth way in which Allen alleged the magistrate was misled, Allen's description of his clothing that day and his wife's confirmation that he owned a blue Carhartt. She said he bought it just a couple of years earlier, which means he cannot have owned it in 2017. Is raised for the first time on appeal. Allegation of error raised for the first time on appeal are waived. A trial court cannot be found to have erred as to an issue or argument that it never had an opportunity to consider. I'm not sure this is correct. I don't know. To my recollection, according to Andrea Burkhardt, when she had her live streams, is that his wife testified about when he bought that blue jacket. And Mika's headphone, it was raised in the MTCE, though. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see to when Mr. Allen's reply to this brief shows up to see how they possibly will rectify this. I hope they can. One of these statements, okay, this is interesting in the footnote. Allen's description of the clothes he was wearing is not popular before this court at all, as will be argued below. That leaves only Carbaugh's description of the coat available for fundamental error review. Yeah. Carbaugh lied. She was never there. She didn't saw shit. Below, the only false statements or material omissions identified by Allen were Blair's description of Bridge Guy and her disagreement with the Carbaugh sketch, Blair's description of the car parked at the CPS building, and Carbaugh's description of the man she saw walking. Allen did not identify Liggett's recitation of Allen's description of the clothes he was wearing, and his wife's confirmation of his ownership of a blue Carhartt as false misleading statements or omissions supporting his Frank's challenge. Now this here is, according to me, not what happened. Blair's description of the car parked at the CPS building her description of the car, which according to Liggett was basically describing Rick Allen's car, was a sharp angled vehicle of older model. Yeah, folks, when it comes to the car, there are a few different. One said it was a smart car. Another one said PT Cruiser. And Betsy Blair, if I remember correctly, said it was a 1960s Comet, which Mr. Liggett in this affidavit says it's the same. He says they describe the same car, which was the Ford Focus. Yeah, the Mercury Comet. Let's see if I can find it. I know I have it somewhere. Well, the descriptions of these cars are completely different. I don't have it around as of now. It's stupid. So because Allen's reliance on these statements is an improper appellate attempt to supplement his Frank's challenge, this court should limit any consideration of this issue to only the first three ways that Allen contends the affidavit is misleading, as those were the only allegations the trial court had an opportunity to consider. See Daring v. State. Finding alleged omissions from the affidavit waived because Daring did not raise them in the trial court, and limiting our discussion to the omissions raised in Daring's memorandum to the trial court in suppress. Blah, 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 blah. Finally, to the extent Allen suggests that success on this issue results in suppressions of his confessions, that claim is doubly waived. First, although Allen challenged the admission of his confessions below on other grounds, he did not raise any Fourth Amendment challenge to their admission or object on the basis that they were the fruit of an unlawful search. A defendant may not object on one ground at trial and then raise a different ground on appeal. Because Allen did not object to admission of the statements on Fourth Amendment grounds in the trial court, he is precluded from challenging their admission on that basis for the first time on appeal. But if there are, yeah, I'm quite sure he did. I'm very sure they raised Fourth Amendment issues pre-trial and at trial. I'm quite sure of it. But Second, Allen's mere assertion that his statements are suppressible fruit of the search is unsupported by cogent argument. All argument must be supported by cogent reasoning and citation to authorities, and the failure to make a cogent argument waives a claim for appellate review. That is an opinion. To be a suppressible fruit of the search of the house, Allen's confessions must constitute evidence derivatively gained as a result of information learned during the search, rather than through a means sufficiently distinguishable as to be purged of any taint from the search. The only reason Allen went to prison is because of the false statements leading to the search. And in the search, you have the only thing, the one thing, is the bullet or the cartridge, which we know is not remotely like the cartridge found at the scene. Not even remotely. Let's see if I can find that so I can show you guys. Mr. Jingles, stop using claws when you boop. It really, really hurts. Please. Up. Again. Where is it? Oh, fuck's sake. Sorry. Ow! Stop doing that. Sorry, folks. There you have it. Here is from the video I made of it. I want you guys to look closely here, because oh look, there are similar scratches. I wish I could zoom in, but they really, if you go in close, they actually don't line up. And picture on right, picture on left, different resolution. Now look at this here. Oh, look, scratches. Yeah, but look down here. Where is that? Where's that? Again, different resolution and even different lighting. Here, two marks of some sort. Different lighting, different resolution. Here, I don't know what the fuck she's looking at here. In this here. Again, different lighting, different resolution. And then this little scratch here, different lighting, different resolution, different zooming. The one that is remotely close is this one. Still, different lighting, different resolution. These are the 4 pictures that were presented at trial. This is the only one that is remotely close. And this is how Oh, sorry, you didn't see that. So, let me show you again. I wasn't aware. Look at different size, different resolution, different zooming, and one little scratch in the middle. Here again, different resolution. And I don't know what the fuck she is looking at here at all. Here, up here, top right. Stop. Mr. Jingles, it really, really hurts. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. But as of... we can laugh about this later. But when I say that Mr. Jingles can't poop without claws, he's really digging in. Last year, I got an infection in my shoulder. That wasn't fun. So when I say that it really hurts, I'm not joking. So Mr. Jingles, stop it, please. It really, really hurts. I know you're very, very cuddly at the moment, but you need to stop using your claws. Ow, for fuck, no, sorry, folks. Mr. Jingles, you need to stop it now. It really hurts. Sorry, folks. Yeah, I wish I had. I can't find the actual picture, so this is from the video I did back in the day. I will post the link here if you want to look at it yourself. But the only picture here that is remotely close is this one. It's still different resolution, different lighting, and I don't know if it's different zooming. We can see over here, this is even different, or down here, different zooming, different lighting. This one, okay, 1, 2, 3, but the fourth one is way low. So no, that's not a match. There's stuff missing. So one out of these is the only one remotely. And that is the entirety that the state says is a match. They claim all of this is a match. Can you match the scratches on your arm to the exact pattern of Mr. Jingles' boot mittens? Here's murder mittens. Yeah, I'm not going to undress. Let's just say that. All right. Let's get back to this. So when they say here that the search was okay. Yeah, and then the evidence they used in that search to arrest him was bullet and clothes. The jacket, we know, was not there at the time. And Oberg, Melissa Oberg, the whore, who sells her soul to Satan to get people convicted, who probably sacrifices baby lambs to Satan, her testimony is that those were matches. And again, she only found those matches. She didn't find them by comparing cycled cartridge to cycled cartridge. She had to fire. And then, and folks, what happens when you fire? Yeah, you get the pointy thing dent, which also alters the composition, the structure of the casing. The heat alters the structure of the casing. You cannot compare a fired cartridge with a cycled cartridge. All right. Allen's confession must constitute evidence derivatively gained as a result of information learned during the search. The only reason he was in prison is because of the lies from Lisa Oberg and the jacket that wasn't even around in 2017. Allen does not. I said I was only going for a half an hour more, but here I am still going. Welcome to the show. Allen does not explain how volunteer statements were made to family, doctors, and correctional staff more than 5 months after the search of his house. We went through this with the Haldol poisoning, active psychosis, and correctional staff. Do you mean? But well, eventually it became guards only. The first months, half a year, it was other prisoners who were his who were there. He's volunteered after 5 months in solitary confinement, which is 5 times longer than the practice. It's 5 times longer. He was at the second highest level of mental illness when he was admitted into the prison system. And then he got worse, which would have and should have bussed him off to a better facility. But Judge Gull made sure that didn't happen because of the safekeeping order. And after he had been advised of his rights, appointed counsel and court found probable cause to support his arrest, could constitute a fruit of that search. Listing as relevant fact. Stop it. No. Stop, Mr. Jingles. Stop it. Listing as relevant factor in this analysis, the amount of time elapsed between the illegal search and the acquisition of the evidence at issue, the presence of intervening circumstances, and the purpose and flagrancy of the official misconduct. It is not this court's province to develop an argument on Allen's behalf. By failing to present cogent argument on this point, Allen has waived any claim that his confessions are suppressible due to the alleged invalidity of the search warrant. I don't give a flaming fuck if the false confessions are... Knock it off, Mr. Jingles. I'm sorry, folks. I was gently putting him down on the floor. The malfunctioning camera at the time. It fucking hurts. It's yeah. Sorry. I don't know what happened to the camera as I gently placed him on the floor. Where were we? I don't care that if it takes 5 minutes or 5 months. He would not have been there in prison if not for Melissa Oberg's false science, fake science. He would not have been there because the jacket wasn't around at that time. Those are the only two. The bullet, or the cartridge, and the jacket. If those weren't found, even the search would have been, now we can't arrest him. B. Allen has not shown that probable cause for search warrant was predicated on false statements or material omissions. Interesting. Waiver notwithstanding. This is then just in case the court finds against them on the waiver thing. Allen has not established a Franks violation. Probable cause exists to issue a warrant when the totality of the circumstances set forth in the affidavit demonstrates a fair probability that evidence of a crime will be found in the location. Search warrants are presumably valid, and in assessing whether an affidavit established probable cause, doubtful cases should be resolved in favor of upholding the warrant. A defendant may invalidate a warrant by proving by a preponderance of the evidence that the affidavits used to obtain the warrant contain perjury by the affiant or a reckless disregard for the truth by him, and the rest of the affidavit does not contain material sufficient to constitute probable cause. Well, Mr. Liggett, when he wrote things down, he wrote in things that he put in the mouth of Mr. Allen. Things Mr. Allen did not say. That Mr. Allen corrected them time and time again about. It's on tape. A defendant does not then receive a Franks hearing unless he first makes a substantial preliminary showing, both that the affiant knowingly or intentionally, or with a reckless disregard for the truth, made false statements in the affidavit, and that those false statements were necessary to the finding of probable cause. They had 4 Franks motions. 4. Because Judge Gull refused to hear the first ones. And once she did hear, she only allowed them just hours. Instead of the entire 3-day hearing about Frank's motion, she only allowed them a few hours. Mistakes and inaccuracies of facts stated in a warrant affidavit will not violate the reliability of the affidavit so long as such mistakes were innocently made. There's no innocence in Liggett's lying in that affidavit. He can claim it, and he will probably be believed, sadly, but no. The burden to prove deliberate falsehoods or reckless disregard for the truth, as opposed to innocent or negligent mistakes, is a high bar. The presence of intentional or reckless inaccuracies alone is insufficient to invalidate the warrant. Probable cause must no longer exist after those inaccuracies are excised from the affidavit. Yeah, the bar is high because the goalposts are moved time and time again. Sadly, that's just how it is. It starts out that way, and then it's going to be used in too many cases. It's like with the hearsay exceptions. There are so many exceptions that almost any situation of hearsay under a judge's discretion can be waived. So, yeah. The presence of intentional or reckless inaccuracies alone is insufficient. Yeah, we already said that. Although, quote, it is not practical for police to include every piece of information relating to an investigation in a probable cause affidavit, an affidavit should include all material facts, which includes those that cast doubt on the existence of probable cause. Yeah, like other people confessing, maybe. You lying about what happened in the interviews. Therefore, a defendant may also challenge a warrant by claiming the affidavit omitted material information. To invalidate a warrant based on alleged omissions, the defendant must show that the police omitted facts with the intent to make or in reckless disregard of whether they thereby made the affidavit misleading. Yeah. Because Liggett lied about the cars. Liggett lied about the identification of Bridge Guy. He, in that affidavit, said they described the same car. In the affidavit, they described the same man. which is false on its face. To the extent that Mr. Holman claims that the two sketches are of the same person, and he maintains that opinion to this day. And inclusion of the omitted information renders the affidavit insufficient to establish probable cause. Yeah, Candy, I agree. This case should create new law and consequences. It stinks. Franks protects only against omissions that are designed to mislead or are made in reckless disregard, or whether they would mislead the magistrate. And here's the thing. The affidavit did not contain false statements. Oh boy. Legal representation that Sarah Carbar reported seeing a muddy and bloody man who was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans was not a false statement. Now, it only took him 3 interviews to change her story. And again, I don't believe for a second that Sarah Carbar saw a fucking thing. She inserted herself because I want to be a part of this too. Fucking shit. Much less one made knowingly, intentionally, or with reckless disregard for the truth. Allen's claim of falsity rests on the video of Carbar's June 7, 2017 interview, where she is only heard describing the man as muddy, not bloody. And she said he wore a tan or lighter color coat with a dark hoodie or sweater underneath. But Carbar was interviewed 3 times, all before the warrant affidavit was prepared. And Allen ignores Carbar's description of the man in her second and third interviews, which show that neither representation was false. She made shit up. And she continued to make shit up to make it look more like the man on the video. And then she added her own personal touch about muddy and bloody. How did this muddy and bloody guy manage, if that was Rick Allen, how did he manage to do all that and not a single point of his DNA is on either victim? In those interviews, Carbar described the man as bloody as well as muddy. Allen acknowledged at trial that she described the man as bloody 16 times in a third interview and said he looked like he had slaughtered a pig. Which is interesting because, according to the state, Abby walked herself. And neither injury was to the extent that somebody would look like he slaughtered a pig. Now, folks, this is also how I know that Sarah Carbar is a fucking moron who should be institutionalized. When you slaughter a pig, you don't get blood on yourself at all. How do I know that? I've done it. How do you slaughter a pig? Well, first you unalive it by hanging it upside down, head down, neck, blood down in a bucket. You don't get a drop of blood on you when you slaughter a pig. That is how I know that Sarah Carbar is a fucking liar who should be institutionalized because she's fucking crazy. Yeah, I think that's Sarah that said she heard about it via Amber Alert, but there was never an Amber Alert. She even marked when she saw the blood spatter on a picture of Bridge Guy during an interview. She drove past the guy, saw him for a couple of seconds, and now you claim that she could identify blood spatter on a picture of Bridge Guy. Do you even realize how stupid that is? Folks, on a pair of jeans, you can see if a person is dirty. But if he's covered in mud and blood, you can't tell which one. It's not possible. She's a lying piece of shit garbage human being who wanted to insert herself in this investigation, make herself important. She lied, and then her lies was used against Rick Allen. And in the footnote, Carbo believes she used the term bloody once in the first interview, but that it could not be heard on the video because she was mumbling. She also explained that at least 1 hour of a second interview with police was not recorded. Ha! How about that? I wonder what was said during that hour. You have to describe it more like Bridge Guy. You have to describe it more like Bridge Guy. Liggett's representation that Carbo said the man was bloody was not false. Similarly, in Carbo's second interview, she corrected her previous inaccurate statement that the coat was tan. Yeah, because apparently she could not see, or she was reminded, or she just changed her mind. Because that's what liars do. Lies to make it fit better. She corrected her previous inaccurate statement that the coat was tan. In that interview, she said the man wore a blue coat with a brown or tan sweater or hoodie underneath it. Isn't that strange? Folks, if let's say that Sarah Carbo, same set of facts that she changes, if she was a suspect and changed her mind this often, she would be impeached on the stand and probably convicted. But now she is talking for the state, for the state's case. And now, oh, she made a mistake. She corrected herself. Fuck twats. Carbo also told the police that the man in the Bridge Guy photo was the same man she saw on the road. And Bridge Guy was wearing a blue coat. Yeah. So she lied in the first time to make herself interesting. And then when she discovered, oh, they are taking me seriously, I better correct myself. Allen cannot prove falsity by cherry-picking his isolated statement and ignoring the totality of what Carbo said. Nor can Allen meet his high burden to show deliberate or reckless conduct merely by the fact that Liggett's affidavit related the information from Carbo's more recent statements to police, which she had never repudiated, rather than her first statement. That is particularly true in context of an investigation this large and spanning so many years. Yeah, apparently, according to the state, if you're testifying for the state, it's perfectly fine to change your story just as it takes a long time in between. Good morning, Nick. Yeah, it's 6 a.m. here. I wasn't planning on going this long, but yeah, now I might as well. Law enforcement interviewed huge numbers of witnesses, in many cases more than once, and many of those interviews, including specifically the interviews of Carbo, took place years before Liggett was preparing his affidavit. He may not even have remembered that 5 years earlier, Carbo has once described the coat as tan, or that she had said not said bloody in the first interview, given her overall certainty that she saw Bridge Guy and he was bloody. Yeah, it's perfectly okay for investigators to misremember, to not check the interviews, as long as it fits the narrative. And as will be shown in subsection 2 below, Carbo's information is not necessary to the existence of probable cause. Therefore, even if the allegedly false statements were corrected, as Allen suggests, probable cause would still exist. So, witnesses contradicting each other. Yeah, we just alter it in the affidavit. So Liggett altered the information he got from different witnesses, made it seem like they were talking about the same guy, driving the same car. PT Cruiser, smart car, family van, Mercury Comet. Those were the 4 descriptions, which Liggett affirmed in his affidavit. It's basically the same car that looks like a Ford Focus. It's stupid. It really is that stupid. And still, none of the eyewitnesses described a middle-aged, short, fat guy. They described average height, taller than me, from a girl that was 5'6". And then they claim material information defeating probable cause was not omitted from the affidavit. Allen also claims the affidavit omitted material information by failing to include details of Blair's description of the car she saw parked at the old CPS building that were inconsistent with Allen's Ford Focus, and details of Blair's description of the man she saw on the bridge that were inconsistent with Allen's appearance. The car looked nothing like a Ford Focus, and the man she saw was folks. The average height of a man is around 5'10". Allen is at the very maximum 5'5". This is each of these is roughly a little more than 2 inches. So these two combined is 5 inches. Would you recognize the difference between a guy this tall and this tall? Yeah, especially a guy as short as Rick Allen. Allen did not show that these omissions were designed to mislead or made with reckless disregard about whether they would mislead, nor did he show that the inclusion of this information would have defeated probable cause. 5'10" against 5'5". A fucking Mercury Comet against a Ford Focus. That wouldn't have been important for the magistrate? The requisite intent to mislead cannot be established merely by showing the fact of the omission itself. But Allen points to nothing beyond the omissions themselves as proof that Liggett was being intentionally or recklessly misleading. If she saw a car resembling a Mercury Comet, and Liggett says all the witnesses described basically the same car, that is an omission that is misleading of a material fact. That she described young, poofy brown hair, average height. Rick Allen, short, fat, middle-aged, with 3 millimeter, basically no hair. That is omission of material fact. Let's see here. Inconsistent with Allen's appearance, specifically that the man appeared youthful in his 20s or early 30s and had poofy hair, poofy brown hair. You are omitting. And that the car was shaped like a 1965 Comet and was nondescript. Was a nondescript dark colored, but was not black, white, or red. How is that not omitting material facts? Yeah, a 5'7" person says bridge guy was taller than them. Yeah. I once heard from one of these imbeciles. He could have worn platform shoes. 5-inch platform shoes. Or he could have worn inlays. 5-inch inlays. He wouldn't fit in the fucking shoe. Fucking idiots. Appellant's brief. Failure to present evidence showing the omission of the defendant's exculpatory statement was a deliberate attempt to mislead was fatal to his reverse Frank's challenge. Rejecting reverse Frank's claim in part because, aside from noting this factual omission, the defendant makes no attempt to establish that they were made deliberately to mislead or with reckless disregard. So she described a completely different person and a completely different car. And that's not material according to the state. And other evidence refutes the suggestion this was done to mislead. For example, Liggett included the information that a second witness who saw a car parked there only minutes before Blair did describe the car as a purple PT Cruiser or a small SUV-type vehicle. Purple is not black, and neither a PT Cruiser nor a SUV looks like a Ford Focus. Yeah, here's the thing, you fucktwat. Liggett said these are basically the same car. You didn't quote that, did you? Where Liggett attempted to create an impression that the witnesses have given description consistent with Allen's focus, then he would not have included those inconsistent details from the second witness. He claimed in the affidavit it's basically the same car, and the only thing, yeah, was PT Cruiser. But the other three, which was smart car, family SUV, or a 1965 Comet. Now, PT Cruiser from a distance, if you just look at the back end, you can be mistaken. But by bringing that in, now it gets to being misleading. Since he only picked out the one that was so-and-so. And he failed to say that, well, why didn't he say smart car? Why did he leave that out? Why did he leave out that none of the witnesses described a Ford Focus or any car resembling a Ford Focus? Well, blah, blah, blah. Indeed, had Liggett included Blair's description, it would only have emphasized that the probative value of the information was not that the witnesses had given a reliable description of the car's appearance. The descriptions, after all, were not consistent with each other either. Exactly. He omitted all of that. That's not positive, but you bring it out as if it is positive. Rather, the information was probative because both witnesses had seen a single car parked in a suspicious manner at this location at the time when other evidence established reason to believe that it was Allen's car parked there. Nobody saw his car there. Nobody described a Ford Focus or a car resembling a Ford Focus. Not one. Liggett, in his affidavit, told the magistrate judge that the witnesses described a car similar to Allen's Ford Focus, which is an outright lie. Similarly, Blair had told police that she recognized Bridge Guy as the man she saw primarily based on his clothing, which was a match. What? Let's see here. Not on some characteristics of his physical appearance. Betsy Blair described him as young, boyish, or beautiful Caucasian male in his 20s or 30s with poofy brown hair, average height, and no facial hair. How is that not on some characteristics of his physical appearance? She described the entirety of a person, including physical build, beautifulness, and how the hair was. That's, for the love of fuck, this is stupid. It is therefore understandable, not suspiciously misleading, that Liggett's affidavit focused on that aspect of her description. For fuck's sake. She described a whole person and sketch artist. How is that not describing physical appearance? This is so stupid. More fundamentally, given the construction of the state's probable cause, neither challenged aspects of Blair's information was material to the existence of probable cause. What? Which explains both why there are no intent to mislead or recklessly misleading effect in its omission, and why its inclusion does not defeat probable cause. Yeah, you have four different people, four different witnesses describing completely different cars and completely different everything. It's insanely stupid. And the thing that makes this misleading and not recklessly misleading or even lying is that Liggett firmly said in his affidavit that they described Rick Allen. The video from Elgie's phone established probable cause to believe that Bridge Guy was the murderer. However, the probable cause to believe Allen was Bridge Guy did not depend on the accuracy of Blair's description of the man or the car or the extent to which those descriptions match Allen. So why, if it didn't matter, why did he put it in there? And the probable cause affidavit did not create any misleading impression that Blair had identified Allen as the man she saw or Allen's focus as the car she saw. That is what Liggett claimed in the affidavit. Probable cause to believe Allen was Bridge Guy rested on the following facts. Bridge Guy encountered Abby and Libby at 2:13. Around and shortly after 1:30 p.m., a group of girls passed a single man on the trail walking towards High Bridge. Yeah, which they described as tall. The tallest girl in that group was 5'7", and she described a man taller than her. Anna Spath similarly identified the man as wearing a blue coat, and the girl said the man said nothing to them, although Rayleigh Vorey said hi to him. Blair was walking to the trail and to High Bridge and back between da-da-da-da-da. Oh, look at that. Because no Frank's hearing was held, the state did not have an opportunity to present evidence in response to the motion. Wait a minute. There was a few hours of Frank's hearing, and then it was never, which only gave time to the defense for just a few of these testimonies and evidence and everything. So now they are using the fact that Judge Gull forced the defense to push together everything into a few facts they could discuss in a few hours. Now they are using that against the defense. Stupid. Let's see here. Because no Franks hearing was held, the state did not have an opportunity to present evidence in response to the motion. Where the state cites to the trial record in this discussion, it is consistent with the information contained in the probable cause affidavit, and thus is reasonably deemed to be evidence that was known by police at the time the affidavit was prepared. Although not mentioned in the probable cause affidavit, Voorhees testified at trial that she also immediately recognized the picture of Bridge Guy as the man the girls encountered on the trail. That can't be used as argument. If it's not contemporaneous, it doesn't exist. If it's not contemporaneous to the affidavit, it doesn't exist. Blair was walking to the High Bridge and back, blah, blah, blah. When she reached High Bridge, she saw the man in the Bridge Guy photograph standing on the first platform of the bridge. And she passed Abby and Libby walking toward High Bridge as she was walking back to the trail entrance. None of these witnesses saw any other male on the trail during this time frame who could have been Bridge Guy. And none of these witnesses were represented in the affidavit as having identified Alan as the man they saw. It was Alan himself who provided a reasonable ground for believing he was the man these witnesses saw, and thus that he was Bridge Guy. Alan originally told police he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. And number 10, footnote number 10. How is it that everybody else is allowed to change some aspects of the story, but Alan at that time might have been mistaken an hour? Wrong! You can buy your own t-shirt in my merch store. Link in description below. Yeah. Said he passed a group of girls without speaking to them as he walked towards High Bridge. Different set of girls. When the state says group of 4 girls, there were 5. They didn't interview the 5th girl because she was too young. So it's 2 different group of girls. He said he passed a group of girls without speaking to them as he walked towards High Bridge, and that he went out onto the first platform on the bridge, and that he did not see Bridge Guy while he was there. Thus, Alan had placed himself on the trail and on the High Bridge platform at the same time the witnesses saw Bridge Guy there. Moreover, although he could not recall with certainty by the time he was interviewed in 2022, Alan told the police he was probably wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket that day, which the cops, before they wrote their affidavit, knew that his wife said that he bought the blue the blue jacket just a couple of years before this interview. Which make it, no, he did not wear a blue jacket that day. And I don't think he said Carhartt in the interview. Yeah, Rick saw 3 girls. Thank you, classic overthinker. So what about this group of 4 or even 5 girls? It's not the same group of girls. Which was consistent with the clothing Blair saw and Bridge Guy was wearing. And this here They are omitting what was actually said in those interviews because they really, really try to have Alan say, these are definitely the clothes I wore. He said, ow! For fuck's sake! Sorry, folks. And now Mr. Jingles attacked my knee. With claws. Fuck, that hurt. No, no. My apologies. I know you want to see Mr. Jingles, but he attacked my arm, my shoulder, and now my knee. He's not getting close. I have to disinfect now to not get an infection again. Oh, fuck, that hurt. Oof. And I have to be careful with my knees because I already have arthritis and having infection from claws. Yeah, that's not funny. So Alan told police he was probably, no, at best, he said he didn't, said something. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it wasn't probably wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket. No, can't. He wasn't obese, but he's at 5'4" and 200 pounds. You're not. It's recognizable. It's recognizable. So this here, what Alan told police, which was consistent, no. This created a reasonable probability that Alan was bridge guy, and therefore the murderer, regardless of any discrepancies between Blair's description of the man she saw and Alan. But they still used her in the fucking trial. Blair's description of the man was not the foundation on which Alan's identification as bridge guy rested. Fuck yeah, it was. Because I know this is a state. I know this is Attorney General fucked that. Yeah, he said blue jeans, tennis shoes, and probably a sweatshirt, like he had on in the interviews. But maybe his black jacket. The blue or black Carhartt, blue or black, that was them trying to put words in his mouth. Blair's description of the man was not the foundation of which Alan's identification. Yeah, but okay. So why did they include, and why did Liggett say they described the same man? That man is Rick Allen. They described essentially the same car. Why did he say that then, if it didn't rest on it? And the affidavit did not need to remove all doubt or definitively establish that Alan was the man that witnesses saw and recognized as bridge guy for probable cause to exist. Okay. So why include them at all? And they didn't describe Rick Allen. None of them. Remember, at trial, not a single one of the eyewitnesses was asked, do you see that man here today? Because McLeland knew if one of these eyewitnesses said, no, that's not the guy, the case would fall apart. Now, the counter, oh, why didn't the defense ask then? No fucking burden of proof. None. And why would the defense take the risk of them lying? Probable cause requires only a reasonable probability, not a prima facie showing of connection to the crime. Alan placed himself on the trail, passing the girls, and on the High Bridge platform at the time Blair saw a man there. Why is it okay to cherry pick in this occasion, but it's perfectly okay to cherry pick and then lie by omission to the magistrate? And Blair saw a man there who she described as young, boyish, beautiful, average height, brown poofy hair. It's not the same guy. That creates a reasonable basis to believe Alan was bridge guy. No, it doesn't. If the affidavit had put in the actual descriptions of the man they claim they saw, there would be no probable cause, because there is too much difference between the descriptions of the man they saw, the car they saw. And just placing Rick Allen at a place roughly an hour before the murders happened, according to the state, is not near enough in time. Not near enough in time. And these are the only witnesses they presented. There were many, many people out there who phoned in tips of what they saw, what they didn't see, yada, yada, yada. Those are completely void here. Remember that. And there are, in those tips, there are an enormous amount of people pointing at Odinists, pointing at Brad Holder, Ron Logan, and many, many people, but not one put their finger at, bridge guy, he looks like Rick Allen, the guy down at CVS. Not one phoned in, the voice, that sounds like Rick Allen. Not one tips. Not one out of 10,000 tips. Not one. In this context, it's not particularly significant that Blair thought Bridge Guy looked younger than Alan's age or had longer hair than Alan. That's not the only description she gave. Beautiful, average height. Forgot about those, right? Had Alan not placed himself on the bridge at the same approximate time that Blair saw Bridge Guy there, those discrepancies between Blair's description and Alan's appearance must be significant to the existence of probable cause. Average fucking height. The girls described a guy taller than them. The tallest girl, 5'7". Alan, clearly shorter. The appearance must be... The discrepancies must be significant. How is that not significant? Then her description of the man would be the sole foundation on which Alan's identification as Bridge Guy rested. She saw a different guy. But Alan's statement placing himself on the bridge at the right time to be the man that Blair saw there by itself creates a solid foundation to reasonably believe he might be Bridge Guy regardless of any discrepancies in the descriptions of his age or hair. Fuck twat. Nobody of the eyewitnesses described a person that looked like Rick Allen. Not one. Of the people seeing a car, not one described a car that looked like a Ford Focus. Isn't that enough discrepancy? And just having somebody at or near, because remember, folks, this was maybe up to an hour before the murders allegedly happened. From a place that is, as they themselves say, From beginning to end of bridge, from the first platform, it's at least it's 10 minutes away. That is not enough near in time or place to rest an affidavit on. After all, Blair only saw the man briefly from 50 feet away. It stands to reason that her perception of his clothing might be more accurate than her perception of his age. Age is not important. Well, it is. 50 feet. How much is that? 12 yards? You can definitely see the difference between a guy of normal height with brown poofy hair looking beautiful and a short fat guy, middle-aged. You can do that from 12 yards away, can't you? Can't you? I mean, there are cops out there that can definitely identify a person of interest from fucking 100 yards away. And again, it was not necessary to eliminate all possible doubt that Allen was the man she saw for probable cause to exist, so it was immaterial if her description purportedly allowed for some doubt. They had to have more than Rick Allen, at say 1:30 p.m., was at the bridge. That's not enough, since the scene of the crime is a distance away, both in time and distance. Talk to me in kilometers or meters. Okay. When she saw him, he was roughly 15 meters away. And then they used daring omission of information that police smelled odor of marijuana throughout the neighborhood, and specifically along a neighbor's fence line, where they also found marijuana shake, was not material to probable cause, given facts that officers also smelled marijuana odor coming from inside the defendant's house. Yeah, but here's what they absolutely miss here. It's not enough to smell marijuana throughout the neighborhood, and specifically along a neighbor's fence. That's not enough. Why? Because it's not close enough. Here we are talking about a distance of hundreds of meters, hundreds of yards, and up to an hour. So they are actually, through the daring case, quoting that's not enough. That is why they get needed to lie about what the witnesses said they saw. Similarly, it was Allen himself who provided probable cause to believe it was his car parked at the old CPS building, because he told police that that was where he had parked. No, that's a lie. Rick Allen never said he parked at the old CPS building. Wasn't it so? No. I'm quite sure he never said that. This was corroborated by the Hoosier Harvest Store video, which showed a car matching Allen's focus driving towards the CPS building. For the love of fuck. Why did they not go through the entire 2 hours before and after to check what was the cars was passing by? And it blurry as fuck of a car that looks like all the hatchback cars. They all at a distance look basically the fucking same. And folks, if we ever get a hold of all the video of all the cars in the hours up to the murder that was driven back and forth, I can bet you there are literal dozens of cars that looks like a Ford Focus. And was consistent with his wife's information that they usually parked at that location when they walked the trail. I'm not sure she said that. That reasonable probability remains, even if every witness who drove past gave an inconsistent description of the car they briefly saw, because the pertinent question is not whether the information excludes all doubt that the car was Alan's. If they describe a different man and a different car than Rick Allen and his car, it's not him. Regardless of when he puts himself at the Monon High Bridge. Yeah, although Allen called it the Old Farm Bureau building, there was no such building in the area. And he showed the police on a photograph where the building was located, which allowed them to conclude he was referring to the CPS building. Let's see here. Yeah. I don't know. Because the pertinent question is not whether the information includes all doubt that the car was Alan's. From a blurry fucking photo. From a blurry fucking... Yeah. The significance of the information from Blair and Wilson was not that they had identified the car as Alan's, nor did the affidavit misleadingly suggest that they had. He did! He wrote in the fucking affidavit that they basically described the same car, which is false. Rather, the significance was twofold. Between 2:10 and 2:15 p.m., the time when Bridge Guy was encountering Abby and Libby on High Bridge, and Allen said he was parked at this location. There was no other car parked there. He never said he was parked there. You said it yourself. Which allowed them to conclude he was referring to the CPS building. He never referred to the CPS building, Old Farm Bureau building. All eyes. Quoting from the transcript. I saw two cars parked at a farmer's entrance. Julian. R.A. said he parked at Old Farm Bureau. Liggett. R.A. parked at the old CPS building. Ridiculous. Probable cause. Granted. Yeah. Farmer's entrance, which then was translated into Old Farm Bureau, which then old CPS building. Yeah. And he pointed on the table because they didn't have a map. Yeah. The map they showed him did not include where he parked. So he parked somewhere outside of the map. And then they made shit up. Thank you for reminding me. Again, I have forgotten more about this case than most other people is healthy to remember about this case. He never said he was parked at that location. Never. Not with a single word. Thereby reducing the likelihood that someone other than Alan was also on the trail at that time. It's so stupid. The car was backed in right next to the building, suggesting an attempt to conceal the car's presence or identity. It's backed in? Is that? It's so stupid. Consideration of the omitted information does not remove probable cause. The search warrant was valid and the evidence was properly admitted. This is insanely stupid. Yeah. He also denied driving that way. So they used a fake. The only thing they actually have is Alan were there roughly at the time everything happened. Nobody describes his car. Nobody describes him. And the cop put words in his mouth to get what clothes did he wear and where did he park and what route did he take there. The only thing that is actual is, yeah, I was there roughly there at that time. Everything else is fabricated, lied about, or Liggett and Holman Liggett claiming to the magistrate that the witnesses are describing Bridge Guy. Or the witnesses is describing Bridge Guy, which is Rick Allen, when nobody describes Rick Allen. The witnesses with the car, none of them describes a Ford Focus. They are all describing a different car. The Liggett had to make everything. All they had, Rick was there roughly at that time. The rest is pure fabrication. All right, folks. I've been going on for almost 4.5 hours. It is almost 7 a.m. in the morning. I should be asleep now. The sun is up. Folks, we are at page 44 at least. We got far today. And now I'm tired. But the worst things in this, let's go back to that. Because I bet you there's a bunch of you here who wasn't here at the beginning. This is how I know that the Indiana Attorney General is full of shit. Look at this. This is what they claim is said on the video, on the 43-second video. Is he right there? Is he right there? Don't leave me up here. I played the 43-second video for you. There's no way to get these words from that video. And I enhanced audio on that video. See, this is the path. And here they even change from the trial. At trial, they claim that be a gun. Here in the appellee brief, they're changing that be a gun to that is a gun. I played it for you. What she's saying is, see, this is the part that we go down. And then in the next, they say there's no path here, we have to go down here. That's not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying at all. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it.
That'll be good. There's no path going there, so we have
There's no path going there. Let's listen to it again.
there's no path going there, so we have
There's no path going there, is what she's saying. Not, there's no path here. She says clearly, there's no path going there. Listen to it again.
there's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. That is the words of somebody who knows where they are going already. There's no path to go there, meaning they are taking a shortcut to somewhere. What is that somewhere? Well, whose land were they found on? Ron Logan's. Who's the guy following them? Probably somebody, a youngish boy, a boyish looking, 20-something, taking them somewhere. And they know who it is and where they are going. There's no kidnapping. At least not what the girls think. The guy, the boyish guy who is taking them somewhere, sure, he might know. Who's the girl dating Logan's son? That was Abby. In my opinion, the girls were going somewhere. They knew where they were going. Because, as Libby says here on the recording, there's no path here to get there. So we have to go down here. She knows where they are going. They are supposed to go there. And here is something I didn't know until Rick Allen's appeals brief, is that Abby called Logan that day to tell him they were going to the Monon High Bridge. And he apparently told her he couldn't. He was stuck at school because he was at school in another county. They didn't have a day off. If Logan knew, Brad Holder knew. Yeah. They were lured somewhere by somebody they knew. And the local investigators lied for years about what was said in this video. For years they lied. They claimed, "We can hear clear distress in the girls' voices. They sound so scared. There's talks about a gun." There was never talks about a gun. There never was. There were never any distress in the girls' voices. They went there. Thinking maybe for something fun. And they ended up murdered. And somebody they knew set it up. If this 43-second video, if this entire video had been released in 2017, I believe this case would have been closed long ago, because it is clear that the cops at the time lied about what was said and what was heard on this recording. Why? Don't know, don't care. They lied for some reason, maybe in an effort to get somebody to squeal, maybe in an effort to mislead, to not alert the people they actually thought were doing this, as in the Odinists. And once it got a cold case, it became pride. We can't admit this now. But it is, by this 43-second recording, it is so very clear to me. The girls went there to the Monon High Bridge. They already had plans to go somewhere, to do something. And they were lured there by somebody they knew. We'll get to the rest of the transcripts of the affidavit. I don't know what I'm doing next week. I don't know, because we have the Courtney Clenny trial starting. Laura Owen's trial is supposed to start soon. But if I don't find time during the week, I will do it on Saturday. Now my sleep schedule is so fucked up already. Folks, from me and Mr. Jingles, thank you. Thank you so much. Even though he tries to injure me at every point in time, I love the little asshole who is now asleep at my feet. Asshole. There's so much lies going around in this case. And it all boils down to local law enforcement, without exceptions, being low-functioning imbeciles. It's about them lying about what witnesses said, lying about who was credible. They put a known liar on the stand on the trial in Brad Weber. There's so many lies here. And in the middle of it is a fragile man they put in prison in solitary confinement, who still refused to break until he got a psychosis. And with the help of Dr. Wala, who destroyed evidence, with the help of a warden who was later fired from being a warden, with the help of Karba, who is absolutely insane, and nothing she says to anyone can ever be reliable. And thanks to Nick McLeland, the prosecutor, who couldn't care less about facts as long as he can get a win. Thanks to Judge Gull, who, luckily she's retired, but I heard that they plan to put her daughter on the same place. Which, who knows? She might be a good judge. I don't think so, because her mother sacrifices babies to Satan. That's hyperbole, by the way. She's pure evil, Judge Gull. Pure evil. And in the middle of this is Rick Allen, rotting away in prison for something, in my opinion, he could not have done. The timeline doesn't fit. The crime scene doesn't fit his so-called confessions. There's so many lies. But folks, we'll talk more about this in a week's time. Saturday, hopefully I will start earlier in the day. Folks, again, thank you so much. Watch my other videos. Big Nick here needs some ad revenue. Okay? Thank you. I'll see you in the next stream or video. Bye-bye.
Down in the shadows where the courthouse stands, a gavel cracks a fading hands. Judge Gould, they whisper with a crooked grin, played the game where justice don't win. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Prosecutor McLean with his papers tight wrote the tale that never saw light. Twisted words in a room of stone, left Rick Allen to stand alone. Who will answer? Who will pay? The sun don't rise on a judgment day. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Officer Holman, eyes like frost, drunk on power, the line got lost. Lock the doors, keep him inside, for justice limps where his footsteps stride.